It's Monday Night Football here on Steelers Talk Live. It is Week 15, and it's a big one, folks. The Pittsburgh Steelers taking on the Miami Dolphins. They currently sit atop the AFC North standings. But if they want to keep that one-game advantage over the Baltimore Ravens, they got to get the win tonight. And they have not won on primetime all season long. This might be their last opportunity to do so. They're going to be wearing the color rushes. It is cold in Pittsburgh tonight against a team in the Miami Dolphins, a franchise that has been around since 1966 and has only won 2 games in their entire history as a team with the weather below 20 degrees. Guess what? It's in the teens in Pittsburgh tonight. Welcome into the show. I'm your host, Jack Sperry. Let's bring on our producer, Ponzi. Ponzi, we are here. We have waited very patiently this week for the Pittsburgh Steelers. 7-6 going up against the 6-7 Miami Dolphins. 4 in a row wins here for Miami. They've gotten the run game going. They've been the best rushing offense in the league over the last month. Now they're going up against the Pittsburgh Steelers team that over the last 2 weeks have given up over 200 yards of rushing. And guess what, Ponzi? Derek Harmon is out yet again tonight. He is inactive, and that makes me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, honestly, even with TJ Watt out, I felt like more important addition to this game was going to be Derek Harmon. And obviously with him out, I'm not really feeling that good. But, the Dolphins are a warm weather team. They don't do well in the cold. It should be balancing out, but having a run-focused team going against a team that has not been able to stop the run at all is very scary.
Yeah, you're going to have somebody step up, right? The linebackers need to play stoutly. You got to have the interior linemen play a lot better than they have. Keanu Benton cannot get driven backwards the way that he has all season long. And then, Y.A. Black needs to do a better job this week as well. And he can't run out of gas as quickly as he has this year. And, of course, Cam Hayward's going to have to do his part in that as well. And then also you're going to have the dynamic on the edges today with Nick Herbig and Alex Highsmith being the 2 starting edge rushers for the Steelers today. T.J. Watt suffered a partially collapsed lung this week. He is unable to go today, unfortunately. So you're going to be without maybe, probably your best run defending edge rusher in TJ Watt, and you're going to be without maybe your most important run defender on defense in Derek Harmon. So that's not going to set things up too nicely for the Steelers tonight in a game where it's cold outside. Both teams are going to want to run the football, and this Miami offense that has been really diving into the heavy personnel stuff. Devon Achane has been one of the hottest players in the entire National Football League. That stuff certainly doesn't point in the Steelers' favor, but the fact that it is cold outside and this Miami team, specifically under Mike McDaniel, has a reputation for being a bit soft, playing in these cold conditions. And, Tua Tagovailoa has not played well in the cold conditions. We'll see how much he actually throws the football tonight. My guess is Miami's going to want to pound that rock all game long, and they're going to continue to do that until the Steelers force them to stop. So the big thing for the Steelers today, I expect to see a lot of base personnel, a lot of big bodies out there, and a lot of focus on stopping the run. They're going to jam those boxes. They're going to try and fill all of those gaps, and they're going to do their best to contain Devon Achane in this ballgame. I think the big X factor in this one today, Ponzi, is just how effective Achane is allowed to be in this Dolphins offense. If the Steelers can shut him down a little bit or at least contain him, I think the Steelers have a hell of a chance to win this ballgame. If they can't and he gets over 200 rushing yards in this game, I think it's going to be very tough for the Steelers to come out on top of this.
I think, additionally, another Steelers X factor here is going to be Nick Herbig. How well does he play without the attention from T.J. Watt?
Yeah.
Alex Highsmith, these are guys that are going to have to step up and play consistently in, the edge rotation with Jack Sawyer. It's going to be a little bit less good than it was when it was with T.J. Watt.
You look at the impact TJ's had. In the 12 games TJ has missed in his Steelers career, they've gone 1-11. They've also gone 1-11 in games where TJ has either missed games or has played injured over the last several seasons since 2022. So this is not a team, Ponzi, that wins without TJ Watt. So that's another reason to have some concern especially for the Steelers defense here tonight. But I also think, this is one of these games here where nobody is expecting the Steelers to stop this running back. Everyone thinks that he's going to run all over us. And when was the last time that kind of was the case heading into a game? It was the Colts game at Acrisure Stadium with Jonathan Taylor, who just came off his best performance of the year. Then he comes to Pittsburgh, and he gets held to less than 50 rushing yards. So we've seen this rushing defense have good nights, but they've had T.J. Watt and Derek Harmon for all of those good nights, right? So you don't have either one of those guys. It's going to be very interesting to see how things play out here tonight. We got more pregame coverage coming for you guys, but let me know who the real ones are down there in the comment section. We already got 400 people watching live in the chat. Type those real ones if you're here with us to start today's show. I see Kermit is my God down there, Mexamander. We got David Schaefer. We got Troy Philip Abuga. My lovely fiance Cassie Voth is here. We've got Shane Boone. We've got Eric Dexter. We got Domos. We got Christopher Domingo, Czar Craig, Shizzle. We've got Tristan White, Spencer, Steeli. We got K Cool. We've got Slow Playing. We've got Official Owers VR. We've got Young Heisman. We got Troy Philip Abuga, the Seth guy, Eddie Robinson, Spencer, Mike Hurst, Christopher Domingo. We got Eric Dexter. Got a good crew of Steelers fans ready to talk some football, man. Ready to watch some football here on Monday Night Football. And coming up here, more Steelers pregame coverage for you guys. We're going to go over the stakes of this ballgame, what's at stake for the Steelers here. Also talk about the Miami Dolphins roster, what they like to do schematically. Get you guys ready for this ballgame here before we get into our live play-by-play and analysis of this football game. But before we get into the rest of today's show and today's pregame coverage, let's have a word from our sponsor here today, which is Prize Picks. And it is officially the holiday season, guys. And in my opinion, this is the best time of the year to be a sports fan. Bowl games, basketball matchups, playoff pushes, it's all happening all at once. And while all that action is going on, there is one place where it feels good to be right, and that is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than at least 2 player stat projections. And if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling particularly strong about your lineup and want a bigger payout, go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. So for tonight, Ponzi and I have our lineup here. We took the more on Devon Achane, rushing yards with Derek Harmon out of the lineup today, unfortunately. We're going to take the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren. We're going to take the less on passing yards for Tua Tagovailoa, the Dolphins quarterback. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Now, as always, guys, we greatly appreciate any and all Super Chat donations and Venmo and PayPal donations for that matter. Every single dime goes towards making this channel better, improving our equipment, improving our graphics, paying rent, doing all the things that we got to do here at Chat Sports to give you guys this Steelers content on this channel every single day for free. So if you guys want to donate to the channel, we greatly appreciate it. But we also understand that, it's the Christmas season and a lot of your money is going towards gifts for other people, all that different stuff. So it's certainly not required. All we care about is that you love the Pittsburgh Steelers and want to come watch the game with us here tonight. But if we can get to $250 in donations today, we will be raffling off this Steelers beanie. I really like the design of this, man. You got that, pom-pom at the top with the Steelers logo, with the Steelers AFC there on the beanie. We'll be raffling that off if we get to $250 in donations. And if we can get to $500 in donations today, we'll be raffling off a Color Rush Steelers jersey of the player of your choosing. We have an Aaron Rodgers jersey up here, but if you want a TJ Watt jersey, if you want Cam Hayward, if you want DK Metcalf, Aaron Rodgers, whatever you want, man. If you guys want a freaking Chris Boswell, Color Rush jersey, we can make it happen for you if you win the raffle today. But we got to get to $500 in donations to elevate and upgrade our raffle item tonight. And if we can get to $750 in donations tonight, we're going to raffle off both items. All right, so we're going to raffle off both the Steelers Color Rush jersey as well as the Steelers beanie at the end of today's show, because it is cold outside, so we have to do a beanie today, right? And then also, if you enter today's raffle to win either one of those items, the beanie or the Color Rush jersey, you also get entered into a month-long December raffle for a Mean Joe Green autographed mini helmet. All right, you guys can see the picture of the mini helmet right there. It's got the classic gray face mask, and you've got Mean Joe Green's signature on there. Really cool piece of Steelers memorabilia that we're going to be raffling off at the end of the month of December. If you guys enter today's raffle, you are also entered into that raffle to win the signed mini helmet. So if you're wondering how much does it cost to get into the raffle, it's just $10 to get into the raffle today. As always, $20 will get you 3 raffle tickets plus your name on the Steelers Talk Gong here. $50 will get you 10 tickets, plus we make it rain here on the channel. And then for every $250 we make total on today's stream, we will hit the gong for you guys here on Steelers Talk. And for every $20 super chat or more, we got the pickle juice here. And I'll make sure to do some pickle shots for you guys if you would like me to do that. Then if you guys want to go to Venmo or PayPal, we actually appreciate Venmo and PayPal donations, guys, because we get to keep more of the proceeds that you guys donate. With YouTube Super Chats, YouTube takes a 30% cut, and Apple takes another 10% of the donation dollars that you guys send in. So if you guys want more of your donation money to go towards us here at Steelers Talk, you guys can send in a Venmo at Jack-Sperry or on Venmo, and then at Captain Jackrabbit on PayPal, and we will actually double your raffle entries for today's raffle if you guys send in your donation via Venmo or PayPal. So if you're going to help us out, we're going to help you guys out with double the raffle entries if you guys donate via Venmo or PayPal this evening. And if you guys send in a $50 Venmo or PayPal donation or more, you guys will also get a Steelers Talk hat. We have a limited supply of Steelers Talk hats that are in stock here. I think we got maybe about 15 more of them left. If you guys want to join Hat Club this year, $50 or more of dollar Venmo or PayPal donations gets you into Hat Club. And here's what's cool about Hat Club, guys, because if you're already a member, you can actually donate a hat to somebody in the chat that you want to donate a hat to if you send in a $50 Venmo or PayPal today. So if you guys want to get in the giving spirit here, you want to give a hat to somebody in the chat that you think is particularly deserving, you guys can put in a $50 Venmo or PayPal to donate a membership to Steelers Talk Hat Club tonight. And if you guys want a free raffle entry to get in on the raffle, I completely understand, if you don't have any money to spend on the show, but you can get a free raffle entry tonight by following me on X at Jack_Sperry. I'm going to be putting up my film analysis for the Pittsburgh Steelers in this football game tomorrow on X. We can't put it up here on YouTube because we'll get demonetized, but we can put up that video content on X. So if you guys want my film analysis on the Pittsburgh Steelers every week, following me on X is a great way to do that, as well as getting a free raffle entry for just clicking that thumbs up icon or clicking that follow button, I should say. Just going to make a note of the last person that followed me. Okay, got it. And if you are sitting there and you're wondering, but Jack, I already followed you on Twitter, so how can I get a free raffle entry? Well, you guys can share today's stream on X and then tag me in the post. If you do those two things, you're going to get a free raffle entry for whatever raffle we end up doing at the end of the night here. And the way that you share today's video, if you don't know how, is you click the share button below this stream. It looks like that curved arrow, and it says share next to it. You click that button. It's going to be a pop-up menu. You select the X icon, and then before you send the post, make sure you tag me in the post. That's the most important step, guys, because if I can't see it, I can't put you in the raffle, and if you don't tag me, I can't see it. So you got to make sure you tag me in the post at Jack_Sperry. If you do those 4 steps, I'll make sure to get you into the raffle for free today. And we certainly understand that not everybody has money to spend on a YouTube show, guys, but there are other free ways to help out the channel here, guys. You guys can click that subscribe button if you guys want free, informative, and entertaining Steelers content every single day from a channel that has over 100,000 people already subscribed to it and has an established reputation here in the Steelers media space. You guys can click that thumbs up icon if you haven't already to help out today's stream. The more people that like today's video and today's watch party, the more people are going to join. So make sure you click that thumbs up icon as well. And then for free raffle entries, you can follow me on X at Jack_Sperry or share today's stream on X for a chance to win one of our raffle items here this evening. Now, a big shout out here to the 5 most recent subscribers to Steelers Talk here. We got Master Assassin, Linda, Kappa, Kappa. Then we got Robert, and we've got Deanna. I hope I'm saying that right, Deanna. But we just passed over 107,000 subscribers here on Steelers Talk, man. So thank you guys so much for helping us out, guys. You guys are the absolute best. And for every 100 subscribers we get on today's show, we're going to be giving away a free raffle entry. So once we get to 107,100 subscribers, we'll be giving away our first free raffle entry of the night. Whoever just clicked that subscribe button, thank you guys so much. And then for every 200 likes we get on today's show, we'll also give away a free raffle entry. So I see right now we've got 563 people watching live, all right? We got 118 people that have liked the show, all right? Once we get to 200 likes, we can give away our first free raffle entry of the night. So we greatly appreciate your guys' support. Now let's get to some of your super chats that have already been coming in. We got one from Bernard Nixon, says, I'm worried about this one. I think that's what he's trying to say there. I'm a little bit worried too, Bernard, because you don't have Derek Harmon, and like this run defense gives up like 100 more yards a game without Harmon on the field, and you're going up against the hottest rushing offense in the National Football League today. If there's anything that could offset that, it's that the Dolphins are going to be soft in the cold weather. But, you know, this has been a team that has played very, very well over the last month, especially in the run game. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's
the word he's saying, weary.
Oh, I'm weary about this one.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's pretty much the same thing. But yeah, man, I'm a little bit worried, Bernard, about this one for sure, especially on the defensive side of the ball. It makes me think that Rodgers and the offense are going to have to keep pace throughout the game. And, you know, if the Steelers are going to win, it might have to be not necessarily a shootout because the Dolphins will be running the ball and killing clock, but they're going to have to match them offensively, which I think they're capable of. I think they can run the football. I think they can throw the ball down the field. Rodgers has played in cold weather his entire career, so he's going to be able to, cut through the wind, do all those things. You know, the arm talent is still there for Rodgers, but certainly with the Steelers not having T.J. Watt or Derek Harmon out there, it's going to be interesting to see if they can handle the run game of the Miami Dolphins. We do have a PayPal here that I want to send you, Ponzi, if you want to read the next super chat.
Bernard Nixon with another 2 saying the O needs to step up big time in this game. Yeah, I mean, especially if the Dolphins are running all over you and your defense like we expected to. I mean, I think the offense certainly needs to just, lock in, be able to if we could see the Rodgers that we saw last week, throwing it down the field, or the Rodgers that we saw in the Bengals game, I feel pretty good about our chances in this one.
Yeah, man, if the offense can get going, I feel pretty good. We'll see how they do. By the way, forget the first one. Just get the second one.
Yeah.
This one, I'm going to try and delete it. Let me see if I can delete this one. There it is. All right. So we'll get to that PayPal here momentarily. But we got $10 from Mexamander. Says, I hope Rodgers throws the ball to Thielen and Metcalf. I know Gainwell will have a great night. Let's go Steelers and pounce on the Dolphins. Yeah, man, Thielen's going to be interesting to watch tonight because last week obviously had to be rushed, into the game plan, and he didn't have a full week of practice. This week, he had an extra long week of preparation. So I think he's going to be fully ingrained into the offense tonight, and I agree with you, Mexamander. I think we do see Thielen more tonight, and frankly, last week, I mean, do you guys remember that play where Rodgers throws it in the fourth quarter, gets batted up in the air, and then almost gets intercepted? On that play, he had Thielen wide-ass open over the middle of the field. It would have been a huge play. Unfortunately, the ball got tipped, though, so people don't give Thielen credit for getting open on that one. He did have a catch for 4 yards last week. I think this week he's going to be a bigger part of the game plan, so definitely keep your eye out for Adam Thielen. But obviously, Metcalf is the number one guy here. He should be the one getting the most targets, the most yardage, the most catches. He should still be the focal point tonight, but I do think we probably get at least 3 or 4 targets to Adam Thielen. We'll see what he does with those targets. But then we got $52 from Red Dr. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Make it rain, Red Doctor. $52. And he sent 2 different messages here, and he said, let me see. One of them says, give my hat to Eric Dexter. So Eric Dexter, send me an email, my friend. I will make a note here. Send hats.
There's the email in the L3.
To Eric Dexter. Eric Dexter, welcome to Hat Club, my friend. My email is right down there in the bottom of your screen. Send me an email, Sperry@chatsports.com with your shipping address. Make sure to get you your hat. And a big shout out to Rad Doctor for donating his Steelers Talk hat here with a $50 donation. And he says, from Rad Doctor, go Steelers. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to David Hirsch, otherwise known as Rad Doctor. Less than an hour away from kickoff now. Do we have any more super chats that have come in?
Yes, we do.
All right, cool. Let's get to some more super chats before we get into our preview coverage tonight. Once Ponzi gets it up.
There we go.
Bernard with a 2 again says, Jets fans say it was all A-Rod's fault last year. I obviously not the case. You know, he was dealing with some injuries last year too. You know, he had a partial tear in his hamstring that he was playing through. He had also an ankle thing and a knee thing. So he wasn't very mobile last year, and a lot of people chalked that up to him being old. But really it was, according to him anyway, he was dealing with a number of injuries that limited his mobility for much of the season. And then when you have such a poorly coordinated offensive line that doesn't know what their assignments are regularly, it just wasn't a good situation for A-Rod last year with the Jets. Even though people point to him having good weapons, it's tough to use those weapons when you don't have protection and you can't really move around. I think this year Rodgers has moved around a lot better. People look at his quick feet in the pocket, and something that you'll hear a lot is he's got happy feet, or he's panicking in the pocket. But no, that's the way he's always played. He's got those. John Gruden used to always say he looks like a boxer in the pocket, where he's got those quick feet. He can always move, and he's got great pocket presence. Knows when to step up, when to step out of the pocket as well. And we saw that last week against the Ravens, where he had some really good pocket presence moments. He extended plays. He made some really nice plays out of structure. Hopefully we can see a little bit more of that here tonight, because with the colder weather, you can make an argument that these Miami guys are going to be a little bit stiff out there in terms of pass rushing. So I think Rodgers might have some time to throw in the pocket today. And as long as he can throw the ball accurately, I think the Steelers have some potential to get some explosive plays in the passing game again this week, like they had last week against Baltimore. We got any more here? I think we got one more, maybe? A couple more. Kermit is my God, $2. His thoughts on Herbig's matchup. Does he get a sack tonight? I sure hope so. But, what's so interesting about TJ Watt being out tonight, Kermit, is he completely changes the dynamic of the way the team opposing the Steelers plays the Steelers defense. Because you look at TJ Watt, he leads the league in double team percentage, chip percentage, all this different stuff. Defenses give a lot of attention to TJ Watt, all right? And now that TJ Watt's not going to be on the field, they can allocate some of those body resources elsewhere, all right? They could decide to double team Alex Heisman. They could decide on certain types of situations to double Nick Herbig. We're just going to have to see what happens here tonight. He's going to be going up against Austin Jackson, or at least I assume Herbig's going to be lining up where TJ usually does there against the right tackle. So Austin Jackson's their starting right tackle. I like that matchup, man. I do. It's going to be interesting to see how Herbig handles the other side, because he usually goes on the other side, right? Because TJ is pretty much an every down player where he usually lines up, which means most of Herbig's reps this year have come on the other side against the left tackle. So that's going to be maybe wiping with your other hand there. It might be a little bit weird for Herbig, but he's rushed on both sides before, so he should have some level of comfortability in that spot tonight. $2 from Kylan. I hope I'm saying it right. One of those pronunciations says Dolphins don't belong in the cold. No, they do not. They've only won 2 games in their entire franchise history where the weather has been below 20 degrees. So that is a crazy stat that definitely goes in the Steelers' favor here. And we'll see if by the end of the night the Dolphins can get their 3rd win in franchise history in these kinds of conditions. But certainly, the odds in terms of the history are not in their favor heading into this game. $5 from Gary Frank says, evening, y'all. Let's go Yinzers. I have Steelers by 9. All right, man. We'll see what happens. I mean, that would be a 2-score victory right there. So I would love a nice, comfortable victory tonight, Ponzi. I would. I mean, I don't want Listen, man, we're going to get into it in our preview coverage here, but I don't think it's necessarily a must-win game for the Steelers tonight, but it's definitely a game that you would love to win because there's a certain something at stake tonight that I really don't want to lose out on if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we'll talk about that here in just a second once we get through these Super Chats. But Titus Kitchens with a 10 says, go Steelers, you can do it. I love the positivity, Titus. Thanks for the $10 Super Chat that gets you into the raffle here this evening. We're already up to almost $100 in donations, so great start to the Super Chat kind of race here, guys. I really appreciate your guys' support. Make sure you continue to get those Super Chats in. We'll revisit some Super Chats here in just a moment, but first, I want to get into our pregame coverage here because we got a lot to talk about in this ball game, all right? The Miami Dolphins coming off of 4 straight wins, coming into Acrisure Stadium tonight in the cold Pittsburgh stadium here this evening. Steelers, of course, coming off a big-time win in Baltimore last week, getting them to 7-6, and they currently hold a half-game lead over the Baltimore Ravens in the AFC North. Baltimore beat Cincinnati in Cincinnati yesterday. That's a big-time win for them, and if the Steelers lose tonight, obviously that means that it's once again tied atop the AFC North with just 3 games left to go. Now, some good things that are in the favor of the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight. Mike Tomlin is 21-3 in his career on Monday Night Football. All right, that is, I think that's the second best all-time in NFL history in terms of win percentage. So Mike Tomlin usually, all right, not every time, but usually when you give Mike Tomlin extra time to prepare for a game, the Steelers usually win. Now, the Steelers had extra time to prepare after their Thursday night loss versus Cincinnati in preparation for the Green Bay game, and we all know how that ended up, right? The Steelers lost at home on primetime football against the Green Bay Packers. So it doesn't happen every time, but in terms of coming off a bye, when it comes to having extra time to prepare, Monday Night Football, Mike Tomlin usually has his guys prepared, ready to go, and they usually win those ball games. Also, another crazy stat is that the Steelers have won 22 straight home games on Monday Night Football. All right, so it's Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium. This stadium, all right, has never seen a loss on Monday Night Football for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Never, all right? So that certainly goes in the Steelers' favor, at least from a historical perspective as well. But with all that said, the Steelers have been 0-3 in night games this season, right? They lost to Cincinnati, they lost to Green Bay, and then they lost to the Los Angeles Chargers. So, for all of Mike Tomlin's accolades on Monday Night Football, all this different stuff, this year's iteration of the Steelers have not been a good primetime football team as they've gone 0-3 in night games so far this season. And then you juxtapose that here with a Dolphins team that is winners of their last 4 games, all right? They are extremely hot, and in that win streak over the last month, they have taken down a team like the Buffalo Bills, a team that came into Acrisure Stadium 2 weeks ago and beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, the Dolphins are definitely red hot right now, winners of their last 4. But, you look at who they've played and who they've beaten this year. It's not like it's a murderer's row of great teams that they've gone up against this year. Like they've swept the New York Jets. Congratulations, Miami, right? You beat the New Orleans Saints. You've beaten the Atlanta Falcons, right? It's not like a super impressive list of teams that they've beaten this year. By far, their most impressive one was against the Buffalo Bills at home back in Week 10. But this is certainly a beatable football team. They have a less than 1% chance of making the playoffs at this stage. If the Steelers beat them tonight, their chances of making the postseason are officially over. Their chances go down to 0 if the Steelers win this evening. And also, Miami has a reputation of being a soft team in cold weather. This is an organization and a franchise that has only won 2 games in their entire history when the weather and the wind and the feel of the temperature is less than 20 degrees outside. And guess what, guys? It's in the teens tonight in Pittsburgh. So this is certainly not a matchup where historically the Miami Dolphins, a warm weather team, comes into Pittsburgh and gets a win. But there's certainly something at stake tonight for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think it's necessarily a must-win game in the way where it's like if you lose, your playoff chances are over. But there is something at stake tonight because if the Pittsburgh Steelers win, they can still reasonably lock up the division before they play the Baltimore Ravens again in Week 18. All right, they still maintain that one-game advantage in the division that they got last week with their win over the Baltimore Ravens. And you guys can take a look here over the next 2 weeks. You know, you got the Lions next week, and then you get the Browns, all right? I would say it's a reasonable expectation the Steelers should be able to win at least one of those games. And by the way, sorry, that's not versus Browns. It's not a home game. They are away in Cleveland, so you're going to be on the road the next 2 weeks. But nonetheless, you should be able to win one of those next 2 games. So if you have that one-game advantage going into these next 2 weeks over Baltimore, that's going to put pressure on Baltimore to beat either the Patriots at home on Sunday Night Football next week. Good luck doing that, Baltimore. And then against the Packers in Week 17 in Lambeau. I know they're missing Micah Parsons now, but that Packers team is no joke. That's not going to be an easy game for Baltimore to go in and win. And if they lose both of those games, the Steelers can very realistically have this division locked up before they play the Pittsburgh Steelers again. The Ravens and Steelers play again in Week 18. But if Miami wins tonight, all right, and the Steelers lose, essentially what you lose out on if you're the Steelers, and what's at stake tonight is the opportunity to, go into Week 18 as the division champs, all right? If you lose tonight, that pretty much means it's all going to come down to Week 18, all right? It almost doesn't really matter what happens the next 2 weeks unless the Steelers lose both games and the Ravens somehow beat both the Patriots and the Packers the next 2 weeks. That would be the only scenario where the Steelers couldn't win the division in Week 18 versus Baltimore. But pretty much if you lose tonight's game, that means you're going to have to beat Baltimore in Week 18 in the season finale and get the season sweep over the dreaded Ratbirds if you want to win the division and go to the playoffs this year. All right, so now that we've gone over the stakes and we've gone over the history of the trends of both teams here, let's talk about inactives for both teams. We'll start with the Miami Dolphins. Nothing too crazy here to talk about other than Quinn Ewers. He's going to be the emergency third quarterback. And then for the Pittsburgh Steelers, unfortunately, Derek Carman was not able to get himself ramped up in time for this game. This Steelers defense gives up almost 100 more rushing yards per game with Harmon out of the lineup. So we were really hoping that he was going to be able to play in this one. He did practice on Saturday, so it does seem like he's on the track to play next week versus the Lions. Unfortunately, he's not ready to go just yet for Monday Night Football. Also, TJ Watt suffered a partially collapsed lung this week, getting a dry needling session in Pittsburgh at the team facility early in the week. He's going to be out for this game and potentially more, but there is some encouraging reports out there that Watt could be back as soon as next week. Then Andrews Pete, who would have been the starting left tackle tonight, is out as well. He's been dealing with a concussion, still in protocol. James Pierre got a calf injury that popped up this week, which means Asante Samuel Jr. will be making his Steelers debut as a starter. Will Howard will be your emergency third quarterback. And yes, Roman Wilson does not get a helmet for the second straight week. Scotty Miller gets the final wide receiver helmet yet again. Now we take a look here at the Miami Dolphins and what you guys can expect from this football team tonight from a schematic standpoint. Coach Mike McDaniel has a 34-30 record. He's currently coaching for his job in Miami with just a month left to go. He's coaching to try and stay the head coach of this football team in future seasons, certainly on the hot seat right now. He runs a new school Shanahan offense that he calls himself. He's one of the most creative offensive minds in the entire National Football League. They get very creative with jumbo personnels and how they use Alec Ingold, their fullback. They use a bunch of different personnel, and they do crazy motions, and they just do a lot of really fun stuff in this offense. Then on defense, Anthony Weaver runs a McDonald big nickel style of defense where they like to play in two high safeties. They've got Minkah Fitzpatrick as their nickel defender, and that defense has been playing a lot better over the last month during their winning streak. Now we take a look at the offensive roster for Miami. Here in 2025, you got Tua Tagovailoa, their starting quarterback, along the offensive line. You got Patrick Paul, Jonas Savanaia, maybe the worst starting left guard in football. Right now, Cam Hayward has to dominate him in this football game. Aaron Brewer, their starting center, might be an all-pro center this year. He's been phenomenal this year. Then Cole Strange, their starting right guard, and Austin Jackson will be lining up at right tackle. Then at the skill position players, they like to go really heavy tight ends and running backs, but Jaylen Waddle and Malik Washington will be the main two wide receivers you see tonight. Devon Achane will be their star running back that will be featured. Darren Waller will be their featured tight end, even though they'll play a lot of 12 and 13 personnel. And then Alec Ingold will be the fullback that comes on for their multiple running back sets. But then on defense, you got Bradley Chubb and Chop Robinson on the edges. Robinson's got a wicked first step, but good news for us, we got Choi Fa'utanu, who's one of the best in the league in terms of getting off the ball with incredibly quick feet. But then Zach Seiler and then Kenneth Grant will be on the interior. But they've got a very healthy rotation at the interior defensive line positions. You're going to see 4 or 5 different guys rotate in throughout the night. Then we get to the off-ball linebackers, Terrell Dodson and Jordan Brooks. Very solid linebacker duo for them, veterans that know what they're doing out there. And then in the secondary, this has been an area of their team that they have really figured out here over the last month. They've found a little bit of a stabilizing force at outside corner with Rasul Douglas and Jack Jones. Minkah Fitzpatrick is their starting nickel. Obviously, we know him very well. This is his first game in Pittsburgh since being traded away this offseason. Of course, Jalen Ramsey is playing against his former team tonight as well. Then Ashton Davis and Melifonwu are their starting safeties. They're just okay. But we take a look at my keys to victory for the Steelers to win this game tonight and get to 8-6 and maintain a game advantage over the Baltimore Ravens in this division. First thing you got to do is stop the run. Now, this is going to be much easier said than done without TJ Watt, one of the best run defending edges in the league, and Derek Harmon, one of your better defensive interior run stuffers, all right? But we know that it's been a big area of focus of the Steelers team throughout the week. Hopefully Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson at the linebacker positions can do a good job. I think Malik Harrison's going to play quite a bit tonight at linebacker on early downs to try and stop the run. Would not be surprised if we see some 3 linebacker sets in a 4-3 for the Steelers today. I expect to see a lot of base personnel because Miami loves to play jumbo. And what jumbo means, if you haven't been watching the channel, Steelers have been playing quite a bit of this as well, but it's an extra offensive lineman. So 6 O-linemen is what Miami really loves to do on early downs. I expect the Steelers to match that size in their personnel tonight. It'll be interesting to see if they go 5 down linemen or 4 down linemen and bring on an extra linebacker. We'll see what they do. They have been playing more of this 4-3 style of defense, though, as of late. We'll see if that ends up being something that works for them in this ball game. But also with Mike McDaniel being as effective as he is as an offensive play caller, don't get fooled, Taylor Austin. Please, for the love of God, do not get out-schemed. I mean, we've seen this, it seems like time and time again this year, where you get a really good offensive play caller going up against Taylor Austin, and we just get outclassed, all right? And certainly tonight could be one of those nights. We'll see if Mike McDaniel gets the better of the Steelers defense. Without Watt and Harmon, there's certainly a chance that McDaniel could do just that. But plain and simply, guys, the directive for the Steelers defense tonight is to make Tua Tagovailoa beat you, all right? You load that box up with not only the extra defender, but also bring in a safety in the box. Play some one-high coverages tonight. And I know the Steelers haven't played great in one-high this season, but you have to ensure that Devon Achane does not kill you in this game, and you do everything in your power to try and make Tua Tagovailoa, who's played terribly in cold conditions in his career, play well in this football game, all right? And I think the way that you do that is you have a very rotation-heavy game plan, specifically lots of non-traditional Tampa rotations from single high alignments, all right? So you go out there in a single high safety alignment pre-snap, but then you invert it or you shift some guys around. You go to a non-traditional Tampa look. The good news is the Steelers can get very creative, and they're very good with those non-traditional Tampa looks. They've done it really well in the past under Terrell Austin. I'm hoping we see more of that tonight because Tua is the type of quarterback to lock in on a pre-snap read, and he doesn't do a good job of confirming it post-snap. So he can get fooled a bit with some of these post-snap rotations. Steelers like to do those post-snap rotations. So it'll be interesting to see that dynamic in the passing game tonight. Then we get to the offensive side of the ball, and the Steelers need to make this Miami Dolphins defense feel it, all right? They need to pound the football, make them feel, the power of Jaylen Warren and maybe even Caleb Johnson. I would expect to see Caleb Johnson maybe a little bit more tonight than we've seen in past weeks because you draft a guy like Caleb Johnson for games like this, a bigger running back that's physical, that can wear down an opponent. He played at Iowa, so this is nothing new. He can play in these kinds of conditions, and he's very comfortable playing in these types of temperatures. So look out for Caleb Johnson to maybe have a surprise breakout game here this evening. But also get the ball to like DK Metcalf, Darnell Washington, guys that they do not want to tackle, all right? You better believe these soft-ass Dolphins defenders don't want to have to tackle Darnell Washington in space or DK Metcalf in space. So get those guys the football and let those guys work. Obviously, Rodgers and this entire offense needs to protect the football. I think the team that wins the turnover battle tonight will win the game. And then if it's close late, and I actually do think this is going to be a close game in the fourth quarter, make the play. All right, you made the play last week or with some defensive stops against Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. This week, you got to do the same thing. In the fourth quarter, when things get tight, you got to be the team that clutches up and makes those big plays to get you in the winner's circle. So still to come here on Steelers Talk. We're about 30 minutes away from kickoff in Pittsburgh. Ponzi and I will share our score predictions right before kickoff, so make sure you guys stay tuned for those. But let's have a little word from our sponsor here, guys, at Prize Picks, and it is officially the holiday season, and in my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports, whether it's bowl games, basketball matchups, playoff pushes. It's all happening all at once, and while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right, and it is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you can cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling particularly strong about a lineup and you want a bigger payout for getting it right, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. Tonight, Ponzi and I are taking the more on rushing yards for Devon Achane, the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren, and the less on passing yards for Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup with the Prize Picks app today. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. All right, man. If you guys are just joining, well, let's catch up on some super chats if we have any here, Ponzi. Black and Yellow Podcast, what's up, my man? Says, what workload will Adam Thielen and MVS get? 23-20 Pittsburgh, Boz game winner. Would love to see Boz get a game winner. I will say, I think a kind of a area of advantage that the Steelers have in this game that's kind of going under the radar is kicking, because Boswell kicks in these conditions. He's used to Pittsburgh weather, right? The Dolphins kicker, not so much, okay? So I think that the Steelers definitely have that advantage. If this game comes down to kicking, I think the Steelers win the ball game. All right, but in terms of Adam Thielen and MVS, I think Thielen will play more than MVS. Last week, we saw Calvin Austin III and MVS get 16 reps apiece, whereas Adam Thielen, I believe, had 23, maybe it was 25 snaps, but Thielen actually played less passing snaps. He only had 10 plays on the field where there was an actual pass, whereas every single one of MVS and Calvin Austin III's reps came in passing situations, so all 16. So those guys actually out-repped Adam Thielen in the passing game. Don't think that's going to be the case tonight. I think Adam Thielen has been fully ingrained in this offense. For tonight's game, I think we'll see him get true wide receiver 2 snaps and production, which might mean even less snaps for MVS this week than he had last week against Baltimore. But I think MVS at this point is probably more of a passing down only deep threat type of guy. Whereas Adam Thielen is your every down number 2 wide receiver. So I think we'll see more from Adam Thielen in this ball game. Then Black and Yellow Podcast. No, never mind. That was the same one.
Here we go.
Then we got one from Jagger. Says, how do we feel about Garrett about to beat TJ's record? I mean, good for him, man. He's a hell of a player, generational defensive talent. Obviously, it was nice to be able to say, oh, yeah, TJ, one of our guy, Pittsburgh, has the all-time single-season sack record. I just hope he doesn't do it against us. I just hope he doesn't do it against us. Maybe he can do it next week. Good for him. He's going to win Defensive Player of the Year. But guess what, man? I would rather be in the playoff hunt like the Steelers are right now than to have the Defensive Player of the Year on a 3-win football team. So, Cleveland can enjoy their Defensive Player of the Year. He is better than TJ Watt, especially at this point in their respective careers. I'm objective enough to admit that. But we got the better football team, and that's what matters. And we always have, frankly. $10 from Pizzle Fizzle says, number 8 is going off tonight. Aaron was born to play in the cold. This is one of the advantages that the Steelers have, man. I think that, one of their advantages tonight is that they have the passing game as an option that's open to them tonight. I don't know how much of an option it is for Miami, if I'm being completely honest. Tua has smaller hands, and he's from Hawaii, And he just hasn't played in the cold very often. And when he has, he's played terribly. All right, Rodgers spent almost, a decade and a half, whatever it was, in Green Bay, where obviously it gets to like below 0 wind chill, and he was balling out in that weather.
Coming for that ass.
Producer Coop is here. By the way, Coop is over on our Dolphins channel. So boo! He says we're coming for that ass. So Coop, good luck tonight, brother.
You as well.
But go Steelers. Steelers are taking this win here, buddy. So boo Coop in the chat. He's officially traded on us. He's officially.
Although I will say, Sperry.
He's officially a traitor. He's become a Dolphins fan now. No, we're not. No, we're not showing that. No,
Okay.
don't even give them any updates. No,
Okay.
We're not showing that. No, I have not agreed to this. So we're not even going to push this. But yeah, I expect Rodgers to do a really good job tonight. $10 from Breathing Black and Gold says, who holds the tiebreaker if the Steelers and Ravens have the same record at the end of the season? It depends on a divisional record. So that's why the Browns game is so important. But with the Ravens beating the Bengals this week, that improves their divisional record. So obviously, it's just going to come down to, it's probably going to be the Ravens, though. If they're tied at the end of the season, it's likely going to be the Ravens. So we're just going to have to see what happens.
I think it goes to divisional, which they would be tied, theoretically.
And then strength of schedule after that?
I think so, but I think it goes to conference.
Does it go to conference?
Let me run the playoff predictor while I work this out.
I think I did the playoff machine earlier, and every time that they were tied, they gave it to the Ravens.
Which is weird.
So that's just what it is right now, Breathing Black and Gold. But obviously there's different tiebreakers that could change by then. But currently speaking, if they're tied, currently it's actually Pittsburgh because they won the head-to-head. But if the Ravens win in Week 18, then obviously they're tied head-to-head. They're tied divisionally unless the Steelers lose to the Browns. There's a bunch of different tiebreaker shit that I won't bore you with, but plain simply, more than likely, it will be Ravens. I'll just say that. $2 from Brett says, give me your 8-leg parlay, more or less yards. Shoot, man, I don't want to be blamed for missing your 8-leg parlay here, Brett. if I don't get it right here, so I can tell you what our Prize Picks lineup is today. Though we're taking the more on Devon Achane and Jaylen Warren rushing yards tonight on Prize Picks, and we're taking the less on Tua Tagovailoa passing yards. That's what we feel good with tonight here, Brett. So I know that's not answering your 8-leg parlay, but this is a 3-legged one here, so we feel pretty good about this one for sure. All right.
I think I heard of Venmo?
Yeah, I think we have a Venmo here. Okay.
Shannon Cassidy with a 5 saying, Jack, I think this game is as important as last week as far as keeping the momentum going. We got to keep the tempo up and bury the Ratbirds. Yeah, as well as that you were saying with that tiebreaker, the Ravens currently hold more wins in the AFC conference.
Yeah, and I kind of assume that's going to hold, especially if they beat the Patriots next week. So the Patriots game next week definitely matters in terms of the tiebreaker. If the Steelers and Ravens end the season tied,
it might actually go to common opponents.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just tiebreaker stuff with the NFL is just crazy, man. But yeah, I think this game. He says I think this game is as important as last week as far as keeping the momentum going. Listen, man. I'm not saying this game's not important. All I'm saying is that this isn't a must-win game. People throw around the term must-win game. Like crazy. And at the end of the day, man, for me, a must-win game is if you lose, you're missing the playoffs. And that's just not the case for tonight. The Steelers can lose tonight. In fact, they can lose to Detroit next week, too. You can lose 2 straight games. And if you win against Cleveland and you win against Baltimore in the season finale, you still have an over 99% chance of winning the division. So the games that are really important for the end of the season here are Cleveland and Baltimore. If you win those 2 games, you make the playoffs. Period. It doesn't matter what happens tonight. Doesn't matter what happens in Detroit. Obviously, you want to win this game, and it's important because you want to keep your foot on the throat of the Ravens, and you want to have that 1-game advantage and keep the pressure on them to keep winning football games. You don't do that if you lose tonight. But, when people are on Twitter and I see people saying this is a must-win game, if we lose, the season's over tonight. And it's like, no, it's not. It just isn't, okay? How many times have we seen on these watch parties after the game, we lose a game, and everyone's in the chat saying the season's over, we're done, all this different shit, and then the next week we win and everyone's back on the bandwagon. It's like, no, it's a week-to-week league. Sometimes
the roller coaster of the NFL.
Sometimes things happen. And by the way, like the Steelers haven't had a lot of bad losses this year when you think about it, all right? Out of their 6 losses this year, 5 of those 6 teams have excellent records, at least 9 wins, okay? The excellent opponent win percentage for the Steelers. The only game that I would classify as a bad loss, quote unquote, was against the Bengals on a short week on the road, all right? So that's the only bad loss that you have, okay? But other than that, you've lost to who? The Bills, who are really freaking good. All right, you lost to the Bears, who are also really good this year. You lost to the Packers, who are really good this year. The Seahawks, who are really good this year, right? The teams that you've lost to are really good teams outside of Cincinnati, right? But that was a kind of a more Thursday night football, on the road, fluky kind of loss, in my opinion.
I mean, the Giants won against the Eagles. And I think that's the worst loss to the Steelers losing to the Bengals.
Yeah, Thursday night is weird, man. So, like, the Steelers, obviously you would like to see them win more against playoff caliber teams, but, like, at least they're not losing to, like, bad football teams, right? They're taking care of their business, and they have beaten good teams. They beat the New England Patriots on the road because of their defense, all right? Then they beat the Indianapolis Colts at the height of their powers. I know they've lost, 5 of their last 6, 4 of their last 5, something like that. But, like, when they were at the height of their powers, that's when the Steelers beat them. All right, so they've beaten good teams. They beat the Ravens on the road last week. So the Steelers are capable of beating playoff caliber teams. We've seen it. They just got to put it all together here in the final month. And I thought last week was a really good start to that. We'll see if they can continue that this week versus a non-playoff team this year, most likely, in the Miami Dolphins. $10 super chat from Robert Locke. What's up, Rob? Good to see you, my man. It says raffle ticket to Sir Langelo. Sir Laglo.
Lagalo. How do you spell that?
Lagalo.
Okay, got it.
With a T at the end.
Oh, Sir Lagalot?
Sir Lagalot? Yeah, maybe that's what it is. But shout out to Robert. That's 2 raffle tickets for him for the $10 Venmo. And I think we got a $20 super chat here from my man Alex L. Let's go, man. Alex Lanier with a $20 super chat getting us going. Where are we at here in terms of... So we got $92 in super chat. Then we've got $10 in Venmo.
140.
And then we've got how much in PayPal already? $50 in PayPal. Okay. So right now we are sitting at about $100 away from locking in our raffle tonight. Just so you guys know.
I'm trying to get this super chat up.
And our software is being a little slow here, guys. So there it is. Alex Lanier with a 20. Says Monday night showtime. Let's go Steelers. And you never know, man. I have a feeling, especially if the division comes down to Week 18, it's going to be flexed. It's going to be like Sunday night or Monday night. Well, they actually don't have Monday night in Week 18, but you guys get what I'm talking about here. I think it's probably going to be Sunday night football if it comes down to the division in Week 18. But this might be our last primetime game of the year. It's the last scheduled primetime game of the year for the Steelers. Hopefully they don't go 0-4 on primetime in front of the national audience this season. $2 from Brett says, it's my birthday. My Steelers can't lose today. Let's all sing a happy birthday to Brett, man. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brett. Happy birthday to you. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Stay on cue, Ponzi. Come on now. Got to stay in tune, my friend. But we got you, Brett. Appreciate you. Happy birthday to you.
We were going to go with Yins.
You know what I'm going to say? Let's give Brett a free raffle entry here for.
Gotcha. I got you, Brett.
For it being his birthday. All right. Now, if there's like 10 different people saying it's their birthday today, no one gets a birthday free raffle entry anymore because you guys are just abusing the system. But we got
cheaters.
We got some more super chats coming in. Matt V says Jetta and JJ have zero connection. Trade for him. No. They're not. There's like a 0% chance they trade Justin Jefferson.
I think they trade J.J. McCarthy before they trade Jay Jettis.
Yeah, they would trade J.J. McCarthy before they traded Justin Jefferson. So that's a pipe dream, my friend. I would love it, but like he also has a massive, massive cap hit every single year, and you'd be pairing that with a $30 million receiver in DK Metcalf. I think probably the more cost-effective way to get a really good wide receiver duo is probably to draft a wide receiver early next year. Either in round 1 or round 2, maybe round 3. It's a really good wide receiver class, and the Steelers will have a lot of opportunities to get a good receiver on a rookie contract to pair with their really expensive receiver in DK Metcalf. So I think that's probably the way they go about it. $2 from Bernard Nixon says ESPN is taking Miami. Let them. Good.
Let them doubt us.
I like it when people count us out, all right? It's always when the expectations are the lowest in the national media when the Steelers shock the world, right? So I want them to take Miami in this ball game, all right? I do. And it's pretty obvious the reason why they're taking Miami, right? It's because of the run game. But when was the last time that we were convinced this Steelers run defense was not going to be able to stop a team? It was against Indianapolis. And what happened in that game? We had that game wrapped up in the fourth quarter, all right? So and I think everybody in the national media was taking the Colts heading into that game. So we've seen the Steelers team play well, step up when nobody expects them to. I'm hoping that we get that kind of performance in this game. Anthony Jensen, my man, gets in on the raffle with a $10 super chat. Says what's actually crazy is our record in games that aren't the early games. We seem to lose games unless it's early Sunday or in the morning in Ireland.
I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, no, but like he's talking about the early window. I think that international games is an even earlier. I think that's a different category, right? But it's later in the afternoon when they play internationally. So technically, they have won a game in the afternoon/evening, and it was in Ireland. But it just so happened for us to be in the morning. So take that for what it is. But yeah, man. It's been embarrassing to lose all 3 games in front of a national audience. Now, actually, I stand corrected. You did actually have the Ireland game in front of a national audience. It was the only game playing. It just happened to be in the morning, right? So, obviously, you want to win more of these games because these are the games, for the people that don't watch the Steelers every week like we do. These are the games that shape their opinion of the team because these are their lone opportunities to watch the Steelers play. And the last 3 times they've watched the Steelers play, it's been bad, right? So hopefully today it's a lot better, Anthony. I appreciate the $10. Indiana Jaggers with a 10 says, I love you, Jack. I have been watching for 2 years. I have watched almost every Chat Sports broadcaster, and you are 100% the highest caliber. I appreciate you, Indiana Jaggers. That means a lot to me, man. I put a lot of time into it. I understand how lucky I am to be able to do this job. So I feel, hey, man, if I'm lucky to do it, and there's a lot of people that would want to be doing what I'm doing, I might as well, give it my all for the people that spend their time listening to what I have to say, all right? And I try to give you guys the best damn product I can here on Steelers Talk. So I appreciate that a lot, Indiana. $2 from Bernard says, have y'all seen the Home Alone movies? Who hasn't seen Home Alone, Bernard?
Now, if we're talking about like Home Alone 3 and Oddward, I haven't seen those ones.
I've only seen the first 2. Yeah. But like, who hasn't seen, the first couple at least?
I mean, legendary movies. What are we kidding here?
Okay. I think his next point there is going to be that Rodgers, when he broke his nose a couple weeks ago, looked like one of the robbers from Home Alone because I saw that meme going around. All right. We do have a Venmo. Just sent you.
Okay. Gary Frank with the 2.
Gary Frank, 2, says Warren, a touchdown and 50 rushing and DK 60 receiving, my 3 leg. Hopefully it happens, man. Hopefully it happens. Hoping to see Warren play well tonight. It's going to be interesting to see how much he plays because he's feeling a bit under the weather today. He woke up sick. He's been getting fluids and IVs throughout the day, though, so it'll be interesting to see if they can, get him going in this ball game. And I expect to see quite a bit of Kenneth Gainwell, and I think we might see Caleb Johnson in the second half a little bit more in this game, because if we get to the point where the Steelers have a lead and they're trying to kill clock, I think the guy that can wear down a defense is Caleb Johnson. So, if you get into that point in the game where you're trying to run clock, wear a team down in this weather, Caleb Johnson played at Iowa, has played in cold games like this before, has been a part of those 4-minute drills in the past. I would think maybe we see Caleb Johnson a little bit more tonight than what we're used to seeing from him, but we'll have to see. $20 from my man Michael Schott. And he says 22-game win streak for Mike Tomlin on Monday Night Football. I bet a primetime game will happen between Ravens and Steelers. Yeah, man, I think it's all going to come down to if the game comes down to the final game. Or if the division comes down to the final game between Pittsburgh and Baltimore. If it gets to a point there where they have to make a decision and it's still possible that the Steelers could wrap up the division before Week 18, I don't think they flex it into Sunday Night Football. But, if they lose tonight, for example, I would say the chances of that being flexed into Sunday Night Football in Week 18 is almost 100%.
And then they would have to win out.
Yeah. They
win two.
No, they would just have to win Cleveland and Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yeah. They would. Those are the only two games the Steelers, quote unquote, have.
Oh, well, I was saying before Week 18, they would have to win out, and Ravens would have to.
No, they wouldn't. Because especially if the Ravens lose a game.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because I actually think the Ravens are more likely to lose both of their next two games than win both of their next two games.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Even without.
So honestly, I don't see any scenario where the Steelers are out of the playoff race by Week 18. I think at the very least, the Steelers and Ravens will play for the division in the season finale.
I think so too.
But then
I think the NFL is definitely going to set that up as well.
Yeah, watch out for some bad calls tonight, by the way, because the NFL knows that if Miami wins this game, Steelers-Ravens is almost guaranteed to happen in Week 18 for the division. But Michael also says 22-game win streak for Mike Tomlin on Monday Night Football. It's actually not true. It's 22. The 22 number is 22 straight home games won on Monday Night Football for the Steelers. So that goes even beyond Mike Tomlin. That goes beyond Heinz Field, all right? The entire history of this stadium, the Steelers have won every single game in this stadium on Monday Night Football. Every single one. So Mike Tomlin has won, I think, the last 5, though, on Monday Night Football, and he's never lost at home on Monday Night Football. So, obviously, the numbers there certainly in the Steelers' favor. Just so you guys know, though, our raffle ladder today, we have to get to $250 total on today's show to unlock our first raffle item today, which is a Steelers beanie. If we get to $500, we're going to be raffling off a Color Rush jersey, and we're going to upgrade that raffle item. If we get to $750 and we bang the gong 3 times, we will raffle off both items at the end of the show. And, of course, all of your raffle tickets go towards the December raffle as well, where we have a signed Joe Green mini helmet. Mean Joe Green, one of the all-time legends of Steelers football. We have a signed mini helmet from him that we'll be raffling off at the end of the month. So if you guys want a chance to win any of these items, make sure you guys get those super chats in. And $10 to get in, $20 to get 3 tickets, $50 to get 10 tickets, all right? So that's the way it breaks down. But we got a $50 super chat from Devon VTS. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, baby. Make it rain, Devon. Let's go. He says, what's up, Jack? Let's get this W. Here we go, Steelers. Shout out to Devon. That's 10 raffle tickets for you. What's up?
We have locked in the first raffle.
All right, there we go. We just passed 250. You guys know what that means. Our first 250 of the night. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go! Shout out to Devon for getting us over the first 250 mark of the day. We have now locked in the raffle for the beanie, and we're halfway to locking in the raffle for the Color Rush jersey later this evening. But $10 gets you into the raffle here. $20 gets you 3 raffle tickets plus your name on the gong. And if you don't see me writing down the names on the gong, we got a special helper in here that's writing them down for us. Well, so we don't have to stop the show to write down names. So if you put in a 20, you guys do get your name on the raffle, even if you don't see me writing it on there. $50 will make it rain, just like we did for Devon. And then $250 total for as a group, we get to hit the gong. So we've already done it once. I'd like to hit it twice here. Before halftime for sure. And if you guys want to double your raffle tickets for the raffles, you guys can send in your donations via Venmo at Jack Sperry or at Captain Jackrabbit on PayPal. My information is at the bottom of your screen right now if you guys want to send in a donation on Get In on the Fun this evening. And if you guys want a free raffle ticket tonight, we certainly understand that, it's the holiday season. A lot of your money is going towards gifts for family and your loved ones and all that great stuff. So if you don't have any funds to spend on the show tonight, it's perfectly okay. All you have to do is follow me on X at Jack_Sperry or share tonight's stream on X to get a free raffle entry here this evening. If you don't know how to share, here's the 4-step process to share tonight's stream. Click the share button below this video, select the X icon, tag me in the post. That's the most important step there because I need to be able to see it to put you into the raffle. So the way I see it is if you tag me in the post at Jack_Sperry, then you send the post. If you do those 4 steps, you'll be getting a free raffle entry to get right now the Steelers beanie, but it could be upgraded later in the evening to a Color Rush Steelers jersey. So make sure you guys get those in right now if you haven't already. We just got a PayPal here.
Okay.
Make sure to get this to you. There we go. Okay. Perfect. So we're now less than 5 minutes away from Monday Night Football here, guys. And I think it's probably a good time here, Ponzi, to get into our score predictions for tonight's game. Because obviously, with Derek Harmon and TJ Watt being out and all that stuff, if you want to show the trends first, Ponzi. We can show those first. Mike Tomlin, 11-0 at home on Monday Night Football in his career. Last year, they were on Monday Night Football versus the Giants. Of course, Calvin Austin had a big game. That one had a punt return for a touchdown and a regular touchdown as a receiver. We'll see if he has a good night tonight. Again, had a good week last week against Baltimore. But now we'll get into some score predictions here. Now, the trends predict a very narrow Steelers win, 24-23. When you cross-reference the numbers here, very evenly matched in terms of points per game for these two football teams. All right, so the trends would predict a really close matchup in this one. But I'm actually going to go with the Dolphins to win this game, unfortunately. Okay, I think it's going to be really close. It could come down to a kick, and I think the Steelers absolutely can win this game. But it just worries me a lot when you don't have Derek Harmon or TJ Watt, two of maybe your best run defenders in your front seven, playing in this game against a team that has been as red hot with the run game as the Dolphins have been. I think they get into the end zone 4 times. I think they might wear down the Steelers defense in the second half of this ballgame, like we've seen the Steelers defense do throughout this season. And I think the offense for the Steelers will actually have a pretty decent night. I think they'll move the ball and, they'll be in position to win this game. And you got to make that play late. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if the run defense for the Steelers is going to be able to hold for all 4 quarters. And I'm going to predict the Dolphins to win narrowly, but I do think it's possible for the Steelers to win tonight. Ponzi, what's your score prediction?
I think the Steelers will get it. I think it will be a narrow game. Originally, I had a little more separation, but I think that the Dolphins' rush attack is going to be really hard to stop, especially with Derek Harmon out. I feel like
I hope you're right, my friend.
I feel like this is a classic Steeler game where Aaron Rodgers gives a classic, vintage moment where he drives down the field late and gets a touchdown for the win. And,
Well, this is one of those games where I could see it go either way.
Yeah, I feel that.
I could see Miami completely crumble in the cold conditions. I could totally see that happen. And I could totally see Devon Achane run for like 250 yards in this game. I just don't know how Miami is going to handle the conditions in this game. I'm guessing not fantastically, but also it just scares the living crap out of me that you don't have Derek Harmon and TJ Watt in this game. And the Steelers are 1-11 in TJ Watt's career when he doesn't play. That is an abysmal record. Now, I trust Nick Herbig and Alex Highsmith to a certain degree, but there's just a lot of unknowns heading into this game. I really hope the Steelers come out on top. I want to be on record here by saying I think the Steelers can absolutely win this game. But if I had to put money on it right now, I think I'd give the slight edge to the Miami Dolphins. But, certainly I think the Steelers can come out with a win. $20 from Michelle West. And by the way, if you're mad at me for picking Miami, it's a little bit of a good luck charm because when I've picked against the Steelers this year, they usually win. All right? So when I usually pick the Steelers, they usually lose. So if anything, this is a good sign for the Steelers. But Michelle, with a 20, it says, I would love to see Caleb, Darnell, and Adam all have huge games tonight. Let's go Steelers. I would set my expectations low for Caleb. I think Caleb might get somewhere between like 10, maybe 12 carries at the most, unless there's an injury. But I think we could see him play a factor in the fourth quarter if they're trying to run clock.
I would be happy if Caleb had 40 yards.
Yeah. I mean, listen, man. Caleb is the number 3 running back. And you got your number 1 and number 2 playing in this game. So I can't expect Caleb to play too much in this game. But I think he'll have a bigger role in this game than maybe what we're used to seeing from him, okay? But that's certainly something to keep your eye on once we get into the second half of this ball game. In terms of the other guys, Darnell, I think Darnell could be a huge X factor in this game, Ponzi, because of his size and his ability to run people over in space.
And his blocking.
Nobody on the Dolphins wants to match up against Mount Washington tonight. And I think he could be a huge X factor. Then when it comes to Adam Thielen, I think we'll see him get more targets in this game. We'll see what he does with those targets. But I do still expect DK Metcalf to be the focal point of the passing attack today. Michelle. $5 from Timothy says, do you think Joe Burrow would, quote-unquote, have more fun playing for the Steelers next season? I think he would, but I don't think he's leaving Cincinnati. There's just no way in hell, Tim, that they're trading him to the arch rival Steelers. Like, literally, the Steelers could give them their first-round pick forever, and they might not do it. That's how much they would be against trading Joe Burrow to the Pittsburgh Steelers. If he gets traded, he's going to get traded to the Rams or the Vikings or one of these other teams, not the Steelers. So if you're dreaming about Joe Burrow in a Steelers uniform, it's not going to happen, at least not next year. $2 from Gary Frank says, how about bringing out the belt? We need the luck. If we start playing well today, Gary, if the defense shows up, I'll bring out the belt. I don't want to bring out the belt and have them suck. I don't want
up 30 points.
Yeah, I don't want them to give up over 200 yards on the ground and bring out the belt before the game starts. That would make me look silly. So I want this defense to show up before we bring out the belt today, Gary. $20 from It's Pip. Let's go, man. Type those pips in the chat. Pip. He says, let's go Steelers. Let's get this dub. 100%, baby. Let's go get this dub. Let's show these soft-ass Dolphins what we're all about here in the Steel City. $20 again, I think. No, never mind. Sorry.
Software.
Stupid software glitch there. But was that
Mike?
Was that our last super chat?
Yep.
All right, cool. All right, man. Where are we at with likes? 349. Let's give away a free raffle entry, man. Type those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry. If you want the Steelers to win tonight, spam those me's in the chat. We're giving away a free raffle entry right here. Come on. Wave those towels if you have one next to you at home. Let's get it going. Monday Night Football, baby. We've got Lake Havasu, Gary Frank, Terza Boulware. We've got Robert Locke, Jay Waddy. I blame Sperry. Blame it on me, I guess. We got Exify, Brian Hagan. I blame Sperry's definitely
top 10 name.
Definitely not getting a free raffle entry here. Got Exify, Fluffy. We've got Shane Boone. We got Electric Divergent, Sabbath, Mike Nintendo Masters here. What's up, Micah? Good to see you, pal. We got Jay Waddy, Peter. We've got Czar Craig. It's Gaz. Come on, baby. 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give one here to Mike Nintendo Master. We're 20 likes away from giving away another one. Can we get to 400 likes before kick? If we get to 400 likes before kick, I'll make sure to give away another one. Keep spamming those me's. We got 2,000 people in the chat right now. Everybody go click that thumbs up icon. Get us to 400. I'll give away another free raffle entry here. By the way, the Dolphins have won the toss and have elected to receive. So the Steelers will get the ball to start the second half in this ball game, and we'll see the Steelers defense first in this game. Let's go. All right.
You want to establish the tone early, I guess.
All right, just got to 400 likes, so I'm going to give this one to Czar Craig. Czar Craig is always watching our live streams. He deserves a free raffle entry. Shout out to the last 5 people to click that subscribe button here on Steelers Talk. We've got Lee Mossman, Lindsay, Michael, Gaming with Fire, and Ryan. Big shout out to those guys for clicking that subscribe button today. That is a live sub counter, by the way. Every 100 subscribers we add on today's show, we're giving away a free raffle entry. Every 200 likes, we're giving away a free raffle entry as well. So as we get ready to kick things off in Pittsburgh, the terrible towels are flying. The one-game advantage over the Ravens in this division on the line tonight. Steelers have won 22 straight home games on Monday Night Football. The Dolphins have only won 2 games in their entire franchise history in games with the temperature being less than 20 degrees, and we are off here on Monday Night Football on Steelers Talk. Miami fields the opening kick from the 3-yard line, and there's going to make Jack Sawyer miss, but he is going to get a decent gain here, and this is where Miami will take over here to start this ball game. Expect a heavy dose of run to start this ball game, Ponzi. And I expect to see a lot of heavier personnel on defense from the Steelers. I expect them to live in base tonight. So they did not get to the 30-yard line. Set up at their own 27. Under center is Tua. He's going to send a man in motion, the extra offensive lineman. Play action, roll out to the left, wide open tight end, nobody even guarding him. It's going to be a first down and more. Makes a man miss, gets all the way close to the 40-yard line. First down, Miami. Big gain to start the night for the Dolphins. Could certainly tell Alex Highsmith thought that this is going to be a run to start this game off. He's the one responsible for the tight end sifting across in-man coverage, and he was uncovered on the play-action rollout to the left. Poor start for the Steelers defense here as Miami's already almost at midfield after that first play. A weird formation here from the pistol for Miami. Takes the snap, fake toss, looking over the middle, nothing there. He's going to get it to Achane, runs it to his own offensive lineman, makes one man miss, but he's going to have to go out of bounds with a loss of yardage. Good job by Alex Highsmith to push that O-lineman into the lap of Achane, forcing the TFL. Looked like an RPO there, Ponzi, for Tua, but they did a good job covering that up, forcing the check down. Tonight we have the 2 quarterbacks that get rid of the football the fastest in the league. Tua and Aaron Rodgers are the fastest average time to throw QBs in the NFL heading into this game. Now we go shotgun with Tua with 2 backs on either side of him there. He's going to hand it off to Achane on the outside. He's going to get tripped up and fall down at the 50-yard line. And it will be third down and relatively long. And this is exactly where you want to live today, Ponzi, if you are the Pittsburgh Steelers. Force Tua Tagovailoa to throw the football. Nick Herbig makes a big tackle. He gets brought to the ground by Alec Ingold, gets up and hits the leg of Achane. If that doesn't happen, he's got a lot of green grass in front of him. And that might have been a big gain for one of the hottest backs in the National Football League if it wasn't for 51. Here we go. Type those threes. It's third down and 7. The first third and long of the day. Got to get off the field here. They go empty with Tua. He's going to take the snap. He's looking for the quick option. Now he's looking to run. He's going to take the throw over the middle. It's incomplete. Too low. Pressure was getting to him, and Joey Porter Jr. in coverage. And that's going to be a good stop for the Steelers defense, and the Dolphins will punt. That's what I'm talking about right there. Successful first down play, leading to a third down and long, forcing Tua to throw it, get after his ass in a third and pass situation. That's what we're talking about with Pittsburgh Steelers defense. Nick Herbig all over Tua Tagovailoa on that rush. And now, Calvin Austin, who returned a punt for a touchdown on Monday Night Football last year versus the Giants, awaits the first punt of the game. The kick is off. Now Calvin will let it bounce, and it goes into the end zone, touchback. So the Steelers will take over at the 20 for the first time today. The Dolphins won the toss and elected to receive, did nothing with the football, and now Rodgers and the Steelers look to take an early advantage as they go to commercial break. And as ESPN goes to a commercial break, let me tell you about our sponsor here on Steelers Talk here today, which is Prize Picks. It is the holiday season, folks, and in my opinion, this is the best time of the year to be a sports fan. Tons of sports going on right now. Bowl games with collegiate football, got basketball matchups, both collegiately and professionally, playoff pushes in the football space. It's all happening all at once, and while all this action is going on in the sporting world, there's one place where it feels so good to be right, which is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, or you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling particularly strong about a lineup and want a bigger payout for getting it right, I go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. You can take a look at our Prize Picks lineup here tonight. Ponzi and I have more on rushing yards for Devon Achane, the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren, and the less on passing yards for Tua Tagovailoa. You guys can download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup on the Prize Picks app today. That's code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. All right, man, first drive defensively. First play, not so good, but then second set of downs there, Ponzi. You settled down a little bit, and that's exactly
rush attempt.
That's exactly what you should be looking at tonight, all right? You should be looking at stopping the run, getting into those third and pass situations, and forcing Tua to throw the ball in those third downs, because I don't think he's going to play particularly well. You saw it on that first one. He threw it low. He does not like throwing in these conditions. So if the Dolphins are going to win tonight, it's going to come down to running the football, how effective they're going to be. I think the Steelers did a good job there stopping Achane and honing in on him there on this first drive. Now you get to the Steelers offensively, and Adam Thielen making his second start for the Steelers in this game. Darnell Washington cleared concussion protocol. He's ready to go tonight. Of course, you still got DK Metcalf. Aaron Rodgers coming off one of his best games as a Steeler last week against Baltimore. It's going to be interesting to see what this offense looks like. Jaylen Warren did wake up with an illness, but he is playing today. All right, so let's see what this offense can look like. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're going to be here for every single Steelers game the rest of the way, so make sure you guys click that subscribe button to join us for our live watch parties. Rodgers will start in under center here with a bunch formation in 12 personnel. Play action, roll out to the right for Rodgers. He's going to dump it off. It is caught by Jonnu Smith for a gain of maybe 2. Don't love that first play from Art. Just a quick dump off to Jonnu, who unfortunately is still getting starting level reps in this offense. He's absolutely terrible in my opinion. But if you've been watching the channel for a while, you guys know how I feel about Jonnu. Can't block. Can't get open. Not great after the catch either, which was his calling card in Miami. Now they go 3 receivers. Metcalf, Austin, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling out there with Pat Freiermuth, the lone tight end. Gainwell, the back. Shotgun Rodgers on 2nd down and 8. Rodgers will take the snap and hand it off to Gainwell. Good blocking up front, but Gainwell's not going to get much. Maybe another yard here. Looked like the blocking up front was pretty good, but a good tackle from Rasul Douglas, the outside corner, forcing a 3rd down and long here for the Steelers offense on the first drive of the game. Don't love the opening script here from Art, man. You start with a heavy personnel pass, and then you go to 11 personnel and run. I just don't love that, and they're going to go empty on 3rd down and 8 here for Rodgers. Multiple receivers out there. Austin, MVS, and DK, the receivers, with Metcalf being in the slot out to Rodgers' left. Rodgers takes the shotgun snap. He's got time. He's going to dump it off to Gainwell. He's going to have to make one-man miss. He cuts up field. He's close. He's going to be 1 yard short. Damn it. So close, and the Steelers will have to punt. That's Jordan Brooks, the linebacker. It's not a bad decision there from Rodgers. You know, Gainwell's made some plays this year, and he did cut up field, made it a close play. Fortunately, just couldn't quite get to that yard line to gain. Gets 1 yard short, and the Steelers will go 3 and out to start this game. So last game, they came out guns a-blazing, Ponzi. Today, way more conservative. Short pass followed by run, and then a dump-off check down. Now the ball is booted away. It's going to be fielded at around the 24, and he's going to take it to around the 30. That's where Miami will take over for their second drive today. We're only 6 subscribers away here from giving away a free raffle entry. We just passed 600 likes, so let's give away a free raffle entry right now. Let's go, man. Right now, our raffle item is a Steelers beanie that we'll be raffling off, but if we can get just, I don't know where we're at right now, Ponzi, but if we can, I think we're about $100 or so away, something like that, away from upgrading our raffle item to a Steelers Color Rush jersey at the end of today's show. We are $200 away from upgrading our raffle item, guys, and donations. If you guys want to super chat, if you guys want to send in a donation via Venmo or PayPal, you guys can find my information at the bottom of your screen there on Venmo, PayPal. We'll also give you double the raffle tickets tonight if you Venmo or PayPal. It's $10 to get in, $20 for 3 raffle tickets, and then $50 for 10 raffle tickets. So greatly appreciate your guys' support. In terms of the free raffle entry here, let's get back to the sub counter here, Ponzi, see if we can get there. Type those me's in the chat. We got Tyler, we got Warren, Brian, we got Kevin, Joe, Dwayne, Peter, Danielle, and I think we just passed it. Thank you guys so much. Eric Dexter, Kevin Reed. Keep them coming. We're giving away 2 free raffle entries right now. 10 more seconds to get your me's in there. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Going to give one to Electric Divergent and the other one to Kevin Reed. You guys are in on the raffle. And again, guys, every 200 likes, every 100 subscribers, we're giving away a free raffle entry. So if you haven't already, click that subscribe button for our extensive daily coverage of the Pittsburgh Steelers, as well as our live watch party coverage like we're doing tonight. And make sure you click that thumbs up icon. Help us get to 800 likes. Once we hit both of those milestones, I will make sure to give away more free raffle entries as the night goes on. We are back in the beautiful city of Pittsburgh. Snow on the ground. Steam coming up. All that great stuff, man. The Roberto Clemente Bridge. Thing of absolute beauty. And now we're back in Pittsburgh for the Steelers' second defensive drive of the game. And they will start under center. Steelers come out with a 5-down front here, with a 5-man front, 3 defensive linemen and 2 outside linebackers. It's going to be I formation now. They're going to hand it off to Achane. They get pushed up the middle. They get about 7. Good rush here for Miami. And that's exactly what you got to stop on, especially those first downs, Ponzi. This game might be won on first down for the Steelers. If you can, get a stuff on first and second down and you can force a third down and long, I don't think Miami is going to convert on a lot of those third and longs in this game. So that's going to be the name of the game. Early down, run stuffing. That is where the Steelers need to win in this game. Fortunately, they just gave up 6 on that first run. Single back formation. Now they send Ingold in motion to form an offset I formation. Tua sends another tight end in motion, takes the snap, toss play to Achane, tries bouncing it outside. Now there's a big lane. There he goes. First down and more. Gets brought up into the air, and he's going to be brought down after a pretty big gain. First down, Miami. 2 successful runs for the Dolphins to start this drive, and you got the fullback Ingold, and then you've got the tight end working outside off tackle. Looked like Nick Herbig was the one that was, or no, it wasn't Herbig. It looked like Malik Harrison who was the one that knifed inside when he should have tried to spill on the outside, allowing that outside rushing lane for Achane. Eventually Jalen Ramsey, the one to take him down on the tackle. First down, Miami. Now close to the 50, play action, Tua looking. He's going to throw over the middle. It is caught by Waddle. It's going to be another first down and a gain of 11 as they get into Steelers territory. Is Miami certainly moving the ball better than the Steelers to start this game? Somewhat of a tight window there for Tua thrown over the middle. Once again, Malik Harrison looking completely lost in pass coverage. He's not very good in pass coverage, but he is a really good run defender, which is why he gets the start over Peyton Wilson tonight. Now they go I formation. Takes the snap, play action again. Tua looking, pressure, nothing there. Going to throw it downfield. Could be picked, and it is! Intercepted by Asante Samuel Jr.! Double deuce! Welcome to Pittsburgh! Let's go! Type those INTs! Here we go, Steelers! Here we go! Let's go! First start as a Pittsburgh Steeler, and he gets an interception on Tua Tagovailoa. Tua tried to go to Jaylen Waddle. He underthrew it in the cold conditions down the field, and Asante was right there to pick it off. Steelers football, still 0-0. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Yeah, let's make that a short. Welcome to Pittsburgh. Huge play, man, because the Dolphins were driving there a little bit. They were getting the run game going a little. Tua had a nice throw over the middle. They're in Steeler territory, but Asante Samuel Jr. said, not today. And this Steelers defense that has really lived and died by the turnover this season strikes again here at the first turnover of the game. And now the Steelers will have their second chance on offense here coming up. Big time interception, man. Over 3,600 people in the chat. I want everybody typing those INTs. Come on. Let's go. We got Dale here. We got Nick Young. We got Glenn Mango. Big Mike. Type those INTs, guys. Let's go. We got Jack Strand, Nicholas, Josh, Nick, Robert Locke, Exify. I need to feel the energy in the chat here, boys. Come on, boys and girls. Let's go. Need to feel that energy. And by the way, Steelers, one of the best teams in the league at capitalizing off of turnovers. All right, I think they might be first in the league in points after turnovers this year. At least I think that's the case. Well, man, Asante Samuel Jr. in for the injured James Pierre. He's got a calf injury, making his first Steelers start of the season, and he's making an impact already. Good for him, man. Good for Asante Samuel Jr. Putting in all that work, getting back from that really weird neck/back injury. He had to get surgery on a spinal fusion. Hasn't started a game since I think it was week 4 of last year. And his first start, returning, playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers, gets an interception. Good for him, man. Good for him. $5 from Shannon Cassidy says, hopeful that pick gives ASJ some wind beneath his wings. Me and you both, my brother. Me and you both, my brother. All right, Steelers football. They get the ball at their own 19. Rodgers will start this drive under center. Jumbo personnel with Thielen and Metcalf, the two receivers. Rodgers, toss play to Jaylen Warren. He's going to cut upfield, and he's going to hurdle, man. Ball came out, recovered by Miami. We knew, Fonzie been saying it all year, one of these times the hurdle is going to kill us. Now they're going to say he was down. So we're going to see here if this is the Steelers giving the ball back to Miami, or if this is going to be second down. Because obviously Miami would be taking over. Well, there's no player occupying the flat for Miami, which allows Asante. Now they're going to take a snap here, so he was down. Once again, Jaylen Warren, a run up the middle, gains 3, be third down and 1. So essentially, Asante saw that nobody was going into the flat, so he kind of tapered off, and he saw the ball was coming into his zone and picked it off. Good play there by a veteran starting corner. And honestly, poor design by Miami, not having anybody to occupy the flat there. But Steelers, the number one offense in the league at converting on third and short situations. They're in their tush-push formation here. And Connor Hayward takes the snap, and I believe he got it. I believe they're going to mark him short. And it's going to be 4th down and 1. Do it again. They're saying 4th down. They didn't get it. And one of the things about Connor Hayward is that when he gets the snap, he doesn't move forward for a couple, it feels like seconds. He waits for Darnell to push him. And it's like, no, move forward, dog. So the Steelers are going to go for this. 4th down and 1. Hayward's still out there, so I'm guessing it's going to be another tush push. They do go out in the tush push formation. Quick snap, and he gets over. 1st down Steelers. Dolphins think they stopped him. You wish. New set of downs for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It'll be 1st down and 10 coming up. $4,500 people watching live with us here this evening. Welcome into the Steelers Talk Watch Party. Still 0-0 in Pittsburgh. Steelers currently working on their second offensive drive and just got their first down of the evening. Now Rodgers will be in shotgun. 11 personnel here. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking to throw. Nothing there on his first read. Just going to dump it off to Kenny Gainwell, and he's not going to get anything. No gain on the 1st down completion to Gainwell. Melifonwu, their strong safety, comes down to make the tackle. 2nd down and 10. Got to say, man, I think Miami's defense flying around pretty decently here to start this game. And still no downfield shots taken by Rodgers and the Steelers to start this game. And now 2nd down and 10. They go empty with Rodgers now. Trips left for the Steelers. Gainwell in the sniffer position. Takes the snap now. Rodgers got plenty of time in the pocket. He's going to throw over the middle, and a shot to Metcalf. It's caught at the 50, and he's going to bring it down into Miami territory, down to the 48-yard line. 1st down Steelers. So much for this offense. Never throwing the ball over the middle, right, guys? They never throw over the middle. Rodgers, and this wasn't his, this was not his first read. He tried to go to the out first, then he realizes Metcalf is going to be wrapping open over the middle. Great throw from Rodgers, right on the money in the cold weather. Now we're in Miami territory at their 48. Rodgers in shotgun again. Bunch formation out to the right, close to the line of scrimmage. They're going to hand this off to Jaylen Warren. He's going to find a little crease. He's going to bounce off a defender. He's going to pick up 5. What a beautiful throw from Rodgers over the middle of the field there, Ponzi. We were waiting for that first downfield shot of the game. Came at just the right time. Now we got some momentum. Still in 11 personnel are the Steelers. Thielen, MVS, and Metcalf are the 3 receivers. Darnell is the tight end out there. A couple pre-snap motions here for Pittsburgh. Under center is Rodgers. Fakes the screen to Metcalf. Hands it off to Warren, trying to bounce it outside, and he's only going to get a yard. Good tackle by Jack Jones, the corner. Be 3rd down and manageable coming up for Pittsburgh's offense. From this distance, it would be a long kick for Chris Boswell, so getting a first here would go a long way to helping the Steelers kick this game off with points. I think Warren, Rodgers is pissed at Jaylen for trying to bounce it outside. He should have cut back inside. And now they take Warren off the field in favor of Kenny Gainwell. Trips left. Austin, the lone receiver, out to the right. Rodgers from shotgun. Takes the snap. Looking for the quick out. And it's low to Austin, and it's incomplete. Rodgers is pissed at something, either himself or Austin. It'll be 4th down and 3. Let's see what the Steelers decide to do here. Do they try and kick the field goal or go for it? I think they're going to go for this here. With the weather and, this being a really long kick, it's 4th down and short. But listen, man, if Calvin's going to continue to get a workload in this offense, he's got to make those catches. They go empty. Quick snap. Rodgers throws outside. It's caught by Gainwell. First down and more. He gets down quite a few, probably 10 yards past the line to gain, about a gain of 13. First down Steelers, big-time conversion. 2 fourth-down conversions on this drive for the Steelers offense. Nice little pick play here. Gainwell was the third guy in the bunch. They ran a pick play. Miami was in man coverage, it appeared, and it opened up a wide-open Gainwell. Rodgers points to the sideline, giving props to his OC. From the Miami 32 now, we're driving. Shotgun Rodgers. Back to 11 personnel. He's going to hand it off to Gainwell. Immediately, there's Dolphins in the backfield, and Gainwell is slammed down after a loss of 1. Not much doing in the run game to start this game off for the Steelers. Their run game has struggled the last 2 weeks after putting up over 160 yards rushing against the Bears 3 weeks ago. Against the Bills, though, and the Ravens, it has not been the same. Be second down and 11. They bring Jaylen Warren back out there. 11 personnel again for the Steelers. Shotgun Rodgers takes the snap. He's looking. He's going to go no look to Jaylen Warren. He's going to cut up field, and good tackle by Chop Robinson. No gain. This Miami defense not giving up much underneath to the Steelers. If the Steelers are going to win today, Ponzi, I think they're going to have to attack downfield. Miami's playing downhill. They're tackling well. And right in the head, Chop Robinson. Thank God he held on to the football. Now it's a third down and 11. You need Rodgers to dig you out of this if the drive is going to continue. This has traditionally been the place the Steelers have really struggled, is when they get into third and long situations. Can't take a sack here. Shotgun for Rodgers. Goes hard count. Now takes the snap. They send pressure. Rodgers looking. No, he's escaping. No, he has to throw it. He's going to take a sack all the way back at the 45. It's the one thing he couldn't do. And that's going to force a punt. Fuck! It's going to end the first quarter, too. You're out of Chris Boswell field goal range with that sack. Rodgers has to get this ball out faster. Jaylen Warren got blown up in pass pro. I don't know, man, with the way Jaylen started this game. He's definitely not 100%. Okay. If you want to send it to me. Oh, great. I will put that up on my Twitter. So, I'm guessing a punt is incoming for the Steelers unless they try a really long field goal, but I really doubt that in these conditions. That's the one thing could not do there is take a sack, and they did. Listen, man. Jaylen Warren's going to have to play better than he's played to start this game. I know he's not 100% health-wise, but if he's not going to be able to be Jaylen Warren out there, get Caleb Johnson get some work today, man. Use Gainwell. I know Gainwell hasn't done much either, but it's very obvious that this Dolphins defense is pinning their ears back, taking away the underneath stuff. All right, we did pass 800 likes, so let's give away a free raffle entry while we're at commercial break here. Type those me's in the chat. By the way, the Steelers extended their streak of games of scoring 7 points or less in the first quarter. Still the longest active streak in the NFL. Type those me's. We're back in Pittsburgh. I'm going to give this free raffle entry to Xify. By the way, we're just 4 subscribers away. So if you're watching us for the first time or here every single week for our Steelers Talk watch parties, we also give you guys not 1, but 2 Steelers videos for free on our channel. Every day, injury updates, trade rumors, draft rumors and analysis, all that great stuff. It's all coming up to finish out this season, going into the off season. So make sure you click that subscribe button. And next commercial break, if we can get 2 more subscribers, we'll give away a free raffle entry.
Who did he give that free raffle to?
Xify.
Gotcha.
So the Steelers will punt on a 4th and 20 from the Dolphins 43. Waitman boots this away. It's going to be brought down. Can they get it? Nope. It's going to go into the end zone, touchback. So a net of about a little bit over 20-yard punt there.
22 yards.
A 22-yard punt for the Steelers. Great. Awesome.
Field position battle.
Awesome. I love giving away points. God, dude. You'd think in the 20 fucking years Rodgers has been in the league that he'd know, get the ball out of your fucking hands.
Cannot take a sack.
Can't take a sack in that area of the field.
Exactly.
In a cold game like this, man, points are at a premium.
Oh, you posted the no gameplay version on Twitter.
Oh. Well, do we have a gameplay version?
Yeah.
Did you send that to me?
It's on the first one.
The first one?
In shorts.
Oh, there it is. All right, new set of downs here. They're going to hand it off. This is Jaylen Wright, their number 2 running back. He gets about a yard. Good stuff from the Steelers. That's what you're supposed to do on first down there, Ponzi. Short gain on first. Prevent them from getting into 3rd and short, and then get them off the field on 3rd and pass. That's the formula for the Steelers in this game.
They're showing his picks against all his picks have gone against zone this year, all 15. That's crazy.
All right, pistol here. Quick screen out to their tight end, wide open. He's going to pick up almost 10 yards free. That's Darren Waller. On the quick tight end screen, the Steelers did not have the numbers on the exterior. He's going to pick up a first down there. God, it can't be that easy, man.
Can't allow these quick completions, man.
First down and 10. Now on their own 30. Weird pistol formation here. It's going to be a handoff to Achane, who tries to get outside, and he does. Now cuts it upfield. He'll pick up about 5. I just posted a highlight on my Twitter, guys. I will give, next commercial break, I'll give a shout out to everyone that retweets my latest post on X. It's a highlight clip.
In the L3 down below.
Go to at Jack_Sperry, retweet it. Next commercial break, I'll give shout outs to everybody that retweets my latest post. It's going to be a handoff here to Achane up the middle, and he will get 2 or 3 yards. It'll be 3rd down and short coming up. This is where Miami wants to live. Now Patrick Queen and an offensive lineman are getting into it a little bit here.
It's not doing anything too stupid.
Everyone that likes and retweets my latest X post will get a shout out next commercial break. If you want to just keep my L3 there on the bottom.
Gotcha.
3rd down and 2. They go shotgun with Tua. Chance to get off the field here with an impact play. Tua kicks the leg. Takes the snap. Looking for the quick option. It's not there. Now he's looking to run. And can he pick it up? He's going to be close. He gave himself up before the first down marker. He's going to be just short. 4th down coming up. They're a yard short of their own 40. Do they decide to go for it, or will they punt this away? Peyton Wilson was following Devon Achane in coverage.
Yeah, he clearly slides before that.
Clearly slides before the first down marker. So this will be 4th down. Tua wanted a penalty. They're not going to get it. And are they? Yeah, they're setting up the punt here. Miami's going to punt. Watch the fake. Watch the fake. Watch the direct snap here. And now there will be a delay of game penalty on Miami. It appears they took too long to decide what they wanted to do.
Wow.
So that will set this drive in stone. The Steelers get another stop defensively, and they will punt to one of the most dangerous punt returners in the league in Calvin Austin III. This might be one of those games, Ponzi, where a special teams touchdown could very well make the difference. We've seen Calvin do it more than his fair share of times. Now kicks away. And Calvin's going to have some room here. No, he's going to run out of room. He gets absolutely destroyed at the 29. This Miami team came to fucking hit today, man. And the Steelers will take over at the 29-yard line.
Absolutely blindsided.
Thank Christ he hung on to the football, Ponzi.
I mean, if he fumbled that ball, we're talking about a huge swing.
And now Brandon Echols is hurt after the punt. The Steelers only came into today's game with 3 healthy corners. So if he is not going to be able to go, that would mean Jalen Ramsey will have to play slot corner for the rest of this game.
I assume that would probably mean Chuck Clark would play.
Probably a combination. Maybe Peppers because he's a better run defender. I think they'd play Peppers more today. So hopefully Echols is okay, but James Pierre out with Darius Slay released. That's a position now that doesn't have a ton of depth at it. All right, we're at commercial break, so let's give some shout-outs here. Let's see here. Shout out to God, how do I see who retweets this?
I believe you go to view repost.
View repost. Come on. Nope, that's not it. Trying to find it.
So view quotes, then repost.
Where's view quotes?
It's
view post engagement? Repost. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to Q. Shout out to Crypto Jimbo, C Boogie, SF is dying, Mark Kennedy, Backshots 59, crazy name there. Read the Tank, Jackson Durham, Loris Duhawk, Robert Locke, Alex Manorful, Troy Abuga, Steelers, Czar Craig. Let's see if there's been any more. Nope, that's it. Shout out to all those guys for reposting that.
We appreciate it.
And for every time I post a highlight today, we'll give shout-outs to everybody that reposts those on their accounts tonight. So right now, we are halfway to our next subscriber goal. Once we get to 107,300 subscribers, we'll give away a free raffle entry. And we are about 3/4 of the way to our like goal. We're at 948 likes. Got 5,000 people in the chat, all right? So if we can get 50 more people to sub, 50 more people to like, we'll be giving away 2 more free raffle entries. And where are we at currently with our donations here, Ponzi? We still about 200 away? Okay. Cool. Under center here for Rodgers. Got Austin and Metcalf as the 2 receivers. Now they're going to go toss play to Jaylen Warren. He breaks through. He gets got one guy to beat. He's going to make another guy miss. Gets to the 50. Flag on the play. It's going to go down to the Miami 46, but this is going to be brought back. Got to be kidding me, man. Rodgers is joking with some Dolphins players that they are flopping. And who else but Jonnu Smith to ruin my night? Why is he in the game? He's not a good blocker. How is that hold? How is this? Okay, he's grabbing the shoulder. I see it. I do see it. That's a bad. I hate this guy as a football player so much. That is like a 40-yard play swing right there. Now it's 1st down and 20. Shotgun Rodgers. Going to have to dig us out of this. He's looking for the quick option. It's caught by Adam Thielen, who will pick up about 7 or 8. He's 2nd down and very long still. Got to get another chunk here. Ooh. Rodgers on the sack got his wrist hit and hit his wrist down on the ground. And he was holding his wrist coming off the field. So keep your eye on that. But Rodgers takes the snap. He's looking. He's going to dump it off to Darnell. Good luck tackling him. And he's going to stay on his feet. He's still rumbling with 5 Dolphins on his back. He picks up a good 8 or 9 yards. And it's going to be 3rd down and manageable now for the Steelers. What a luxury it is to have that guy as a check down option. God, there's not a single Dolphins defender that wants that smoke tonight. No, yeah, he's 311 pounds. He said it himself. He's 311 pounds. 3rd down and 3. Steelers in this range are the best in the National Football League at converting. Rodgers will be in shotgun. Takes the snap. He's looking. He's got time. Now he's running out of time, and he's going to get sacked again. Slammed to the ground by Zach Sealer. And it's going to be another punt for the Steelers. Defensive battle in the Steel City tonight. Not a ton open there. Maybe Metcalf in the middle of the field. A little jittery in the pocket. Rodgers just not sure if he wants to let that go or not. Seems a bit unsure, not decisive like he was last week. Kick is away from Waitman. It's not a great punt. It's going to be fielded at the 30 by Asante Samuel Jr. That's where the Dolphins will take over. So after a really good offensive performance last week for the Steelers, multiple punts to start this game. Rodgers getting thrown to the ground hard multiple times already. Rodgers hesitant to pull the trigger. It just, I don't know if it's the weather or what, Ponzi, but we're supposed to be good playing in this kind of weather. So it's not been very encouraging offensively to start this game for either side, but at least the defense is holding them at this point. But before we get into the rest here of the second quarter and our first half coverage of this Monday Night Football matchup, let's have a word from our sponsor today at Prize Picks. And it is officially holiday season. In my opinion, it's the best time of the year for watching sports. Bowl games, basketball matchups, playoff pushes, it's all happening at once. And while that action is going on, there's one place where it feels good to be right, and that is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play, guys. You just pick more than or less than and at least 2 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really good about a particular lineup, you can go for the power play and get larger payouts. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. Taking the more on rush yards for Devon Achane tonight. I'm taking the more on rush yards for Jaylen Warren and the less on passing yards for Tua Tagovailoa. So if you guys want to get a Prize Picks projection in here for next week's professional football action, you guys can download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS, get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Catching up on Super Chats here. Evan says, as a Texans fan, please win this game. You don't have to worry about the Dolphins, man.
You don't have to worry about
You don't have to. Right now, the Dolphins have a less than 1% chance of making the NFL postseason, Evan.
Even if they win out, it's really low.
Yeah. Even if they win out, they have less. I mean, right now, they have less than a 1% chance, and it's still really low even if they win out. So, yeah, I don't think you have to worry about them, Evan. So, sleep easy tonight, Evan. Appreciate the $2. Is that the only one that we got?
Yeah.
Great. All right, so right now we're just about 15 subscribers away here. Now 13 subscribers away from giving away another free raffle entry. And we just passed 1,000 likes on today's show already. So next commercial break here, we're going to give away a free raffle entry. But we are back in Pittsburgh here.
Shout out to the last 5 subscribers.
Jamel, Varshonda, Mitch, Don, and Travis. Big shout out to you 5 being the last 5 to subscribe. All right, first down and 10 now for a new set of downs and a new drive for the Dolphins, starting at their own 31. Shotgun Tua will hand it off to Achane. He gets some good blocks up front, and he's going to pick up around 4. Gets down to the 35-yard line. The name of the game, Ponzi, is to get them to third down and not short. So 3rd and 4 or longer. 3rd and pass. Right now it's 2nd down and 6. $5,100 people watching live. Appreciate all of you guys coming to watch the Steelers game with us here tonight. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button to join us for the rest of the season as well. I formation here with an extra tight end and offensive lineman. Play action. Roll out to the left. Tua's looking. Nothing there. Still looking. Now throws out of bounds. Good coverage from the Steelers. This time they were not fooled, and it will be 3rd down and pass. Big play there for the Steelers, Ponzi. There we go. That's a big play. Good job by the Steelers secondary and Asante Samuel Jr. wrapping up Greg Dulcich, their tight end. It'll be 3rd down and 6. Great opportunity. This is exactly where the Steelers defense wants to be. Force Tua Tagovailoa to throw the football. Let's get after him now. Let's go. Type those 3s. 2 high safeties for the Steelers with the corners playing off coverage. Shotgun Tua. They will send a simulated pressure. Tua looking, now rolling out to his left. He's going to throw on the run, and it's caught in Steeler territory. Achane gets down to the Steelers 41. Off-schedule play from Tua, the rare off-schedule throw on the run from Tua Tagovailoa. Goes for a big gain, and they get into Steelers territory. A new set of downs coming up. That is a big play. Steelers look like dropped Nick Herbig into coverage and sent Patrick Queen on a blitz. And then Tua rolling to his left. Of course, he's a lefty, so that's his natural rollout, a roll direction. Finds Achane on the run. Big gain. First down now. Under center in the offset I formation. He'll take the snap. He will hand it off to Achane up the middle, and he will pick up a decent gain of 3 or 4. Right now they got Y.A. Black in at nose tackle. They've got the second defensive line unit out there with Ezesi Otomiwu. Then you got Black at the nose with Logan Lee at the other defensive end spot. I formation for Miami here on 2nd down and 6. They hand it off again, and it's another decent pickup. Gets about 4 or 5, and it's going to be 3rd down and short here as Miami gets into realistic field goal range. You have any updates on Eccles?
He was on the sideline with his helmet on.
Yeah, because I don't think the slot is going to be as important.
He did
in this
return
game.
to the field on 3rd down and 6.
All right, great. Because you're not going to see too much nickel today anyway, but they go jumbo here on 3rd down and 1. Pistol, and it's going to be a great play. Patrick Queen explodes into the backfield, and it's a TFL. It'll force a field goal. Let's go, Patrick. PQ. Let's go, Queenie. Yes, sir. Is that Tua? Ollie Gordon, the running back, is down on the ground. He got blown up, of course, by Patrick Queen. Looks like he got twisted up on the twisting tackle from Patrick Queen. Hopefully he's okay. Well, that's gonna make it harder for this field goal attempt here, Ponzi. Now Gordon is walking off the field on his own power. It's good to see. By the way, we passed over 107,300 subscribers, so we're giving away not 1, but 2 free raffle entries next commercial break. So right now they're at the 36-yard line, so this is going to be a 50-plus yard attempt. Oh, no. Could this have been the Achilles? You really hope that's not the case, but I think. Okay. They are going to try the 54-yard field goal to try and get the first points of the night. Type those misses in the chat. This is far from a gimme. Riley Patterson is their kicker. He's less than 50% from 50-plus this year. Type those misses. Come on. Snap, hold, up. If it's long enough, it is good. And it's just long enough. 3-0 Miami. So a long 54-yarder goes in, and Miami will take this lead 3-0 with about 5 minutes left to go in this first half. Remember, the Steelers will get the ball to start the second half, but it would sure be nice here, Ponzi, to get some offensive momentum on this drive. You don't want to go into halftime with 0 points.
I mean, right now, we're not looking really good with our score prediction.
No, we both had.
We thought it was a shootout.
We thought it was going to. Well, I mean, both teams in the 20s. I don't know if is necessarily a shootout, but
compared to this,
yeah, right now we're looking at a classic Steelers like maybe 16-13 game at the end of this thing. But Patrick Queen having a hell of a game to start this one. He's all over the place, making plays, making good tackles. Had that big TFL to end that drive. And, I feel like in this kind of game, Ponzi, where you can just tell Queenie, hey, this team's going to run the ball a lot. You can just play downhill and go attack. This is the kind of game Patrick Queen can really thrive in. I think he has. All right, we're at commercial break, so let's give away 2 free raffle entries here. Type those me's. If you want the Steelers to score on this upcoming drive, type those me's. We've got Crispy. We got Lake Havasu. We got Tyler. We got Terza. We got Glenn. We got Caden. We got Holly, Matthew, Steven, Nick. We got Tyler, Valuable, Matthew, Joseph, Nick, Tyler, Monkey, Eddie, Mexamander, Otis. Keep them coming. Let's go. Exify, Tyler, Malo, Pickens, Electric Divergent, Matthew KM. We're giving away 2 right now. Let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give one to Troy Phillip Abuga.
Real one.
Going to give the other one to Crispy365.
Alrighty.
Shout out to you guys. Keep subbing, keep liking. We appreciate your guys' support.
We're about 80 likes away from giving away another free raffle entry.
All right, man. Let's get this offense going. No penalties. No dumb sacks.
get Jonnu Smith off the field.
They're not going to. I mean, listen, man. Like, Jonnu Smith being a part of this offense makes it worse. Now they're going to go knuckleball kick that's not even going to get to the landing zone, so the Steelers will get the ball at the 40.
Great field position.
So take advantage here, man. Great field position, the best starting field position of the game for Pittsburgh here. Got to take advantage, man. Got to take advantage.
They tried a squibbler, just did not get to the landing zone at all.
And right now, the run game, they've run the ball outside of the tush pushes 6 times for 15 yards. It's been an abysmal day running it so far. Rodgers is 8 for 9, but with 2 sacks and with the penalty to Jonnu.
0 for 5 on third down.
0 for 5 on third down. You said it. Shotgun here to start this drive. Quick screen out to Jonnu. He's going to make a man miss. Runs over a man. He picks up 12. Haven't seen that out of Jonnu all season long.
Underrated storyline. He is also facing his former team.
He is facing his former team. Obviously, they did trade him to the Steelers in the Minkah Fitzpatrick, Jalen Ramsey trade this offseason. He just ran over One of their, it looks like Brooks, number 8, their linebacker.
Brooks?
Is that who that is? Pretty
Yep.
sure. Yeah, no, it's Matthew Judon, the edge rusher. He ran over an edge rusher.
Dang.
Right now they've got Matthew Judon playing off the ball. Under center here is Rodgers. They've got their jumbo personnel out there with Thielen and Metcalf in there as the receivers. Hand off to Warren up the middle, get some push, and he will get 3. Come on, man. Got to get something on this drive. Get something cooking.
Just 4 for 16 so far for Warren.
It's a 4-yard average. It's not necessarily bad. 3 receivers out there now for Pittsburgh. Shotgun for Rodgers. Send Thielen in motion before the snap. Takes the snap, play action. He's going to dump it off to DW, who's wide open. He's going to run over a man, lowers the head, and gets into Miami territory. First down, Pittsburgh, and a nice gain for Mount Washington. What did I say coming into this game, Ponzi? DW is going to be a big part of wearing down this Dolphins defense in this game because nobody wants to tackle that guy.
I mean, it's almost impossible to bring him down to the ground off the first day.
I feel bad for Jack Jones, a tiny outside corner trying to bring him down, and then Darnell just lowers the helmet. This is exactly the DW type of game, man. They go empty with Rodgers here now on the Miami 40 or 34-yard line. Rodgers will take the snap. He's looking for the quick option. He will throw outside, wide open Gainwell. It's caught. He'll pick up another first down and a gain of 10 for Pittsburgh. Let's go, man. We're back in position. We're in position to at least tie this thing. Let's go.
We want more than that, though.
We're less than 20 likes away from giving away another free raffle entry. Next commercial break, and we're 50 subscribers away. Can we hit those 2 marks before halftime? Nice throw from Rodgers, getting it on Gainwell quickly. Aaron Rodgers efficient tonight, 11 of 12. And now Rodgers has to call timeout. Something wrong with the play or with the personnel. Rodgers doesn't look too pleased that he had to call it. But we got 2 minutes and 36 seconds left to go in the half. Steelers still have 2 timeouts. We've seen 1 catch from DK go for 22. We've seen 1 catch from Thielen go for 7. Gainwell has 4 catches tonight for 26 yards. Darnell Washington, 2 catches for 23. Jonnu, 2 catches for 12. But obviously the sacks that Rodgers has taken today have been huge. The penalty on Jonnu Smith on a first down was huge. Drive-killing mistakes. And let's see what the Steelers have in store for us here. Once they get into the red zone, they're pretty good. They're pretty good at converting. So once we get in there, if we can get in there, should be good. We're right outside of it right now at the Dolphins 25. First down and 10, jumbo personnel for Pittsburgh. Metcalf and Thielen, the two wideouts. It's going to be a toss play to Kenneth Gainwell on the outside. He's going to get to the perimeter. He picks up about 4, I would say, as he gets out of bounds. Gets us to 2.5 minutes left to go, and they're going to run the clock here. They're going to give him 4. Second down and 6 coming up. Someone's asking, is Howard warming up yet? And Rodgers is 11 of 12, and we're asking if Howard's warming up yet.
Now,
Got
inside the Prize Picks red zone.
We are now inside the Prize Picks red zone. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Second down and 6. Now, is there another timeout here? Or 2? Yeah, it gets down to the 2-minute warning. We did pass 1,200 likes, so if they go to commercial here, we will do that. And I think that's what they're going to do. Let's give up a free raffle entry here. Type those me's. Type those me's. The Steelers are now in the Prize Picks red zone, and they've been one of the better red zone offenses in the league this year. This is where DK Metcalf eats. I'd like to see them try and get the ball to Pat Freiermuth here. Maybe get Thielen his first Steelers touchdown. That would be great.
First Steelers pick for Asante Samuel Jr., and then first Steelers touchdown for Adam Thielen. Or Marquez Valdez-Scantling. That'd be nice.
Yeah, it'd be cool, man. Type those memes. We got Mikey, we got Cordell, we got Douglas, we got 717, we got Karan, we got Jordan, we got Damian, we've got Robert Locke, Jordan Tibbs, Xify. Who wants it? Who wants the free raffle entry? Let's go. Where are we at with subs here, Ponzi? I don't think we're there yet. All right, we're getting closer. Whoever just subbed, thank you. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give this one to, who do I want to give it to here? Enzo. Enzo, you're in on the raffle.
Enzo's in on the raffle.
Got 5,400 people watching live. I want to thank you guys so much for spending your Monday night with us. We're going to be live for every single Steelers game the rest of the way here, guys, okay? So Detroit next week on a Sunday. Technical short week, but, that'll be a big one. Then you got Cleveland, another big one on the road. Week 17, and then potentially for the whole enchilada for the AFC Championship or AFC North Championship in Pittsburgh, Week 18 against the dreaded Ratbirds, the Baltimore Ravens. So it's going to be a lot of fun the rest of this season, guys. And then it's going to be really fun in the offseason as well. Might begin a new quarterback. Hopefully they can get a legit number 2 receiver to pair with DK. Hopefully they can retool on this defense. We'll see what happens, man. It should be a very entertaining offseason, but until the offseason's here, we're going to have a lot of fun finishing up this 2025 campaign with you guys, and hopefully, we go on a little bit of a run in the playoffs this year. I mean,
get that first playoff win.
Am I asking for too much here? Probably, but a man can dream,
hey,
right?
If you get a playoff game, it's going to be at home.
Yeah, it's going to be at home if you get that win, so that'd be really cool. 2nd down and 6 here for the Steelers. They go pony personnel with Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell both out there, one back on either side of Rodgers. Now they send Warren in motion. Takes the snap. Fakes it to Warren. Now he's going to dump it off to Gainwell. He's got blockers in front of him. He's going to find a lane. He's going to fight forward for a gain of 5. It'll be 3rd down and 1 coming up. Again, the Steelers are among the league's best on 3rd down and short on offense.
I believe this would be their first conversion of the night.
On 3rd down, yes. They've converted twice on 4th. They're 0 for 5 on 3rd today. Come on now. Need a 1st down here. Steelers trying to wind down the clock here as much as they can. There's currently a minute 51 left. Miami just used a timeout. They want another crack at this thing before half.
Don't blame them.
Because the Steelers do get the ball to start the second half. Third down and 1 for Pittsburgh. Come on, Steelers. Execute in the red zone. Got jumbo personnel out there with Warren the back. 12 personnel with Thielen, Metcalf, the lone receivers. Under center is Rodgers. He'll take the snap. Toss play to Warren. He's going to try and fight through the contact. He's not going to get there. Not enough push up front from the Steelers. It'll be 4th down and 1.
I mean, that's almost inches.
See what they do. I'm guessing they're going to go for this. I think I go for this, man. 4th down and inches.
Yeah.
We'll see what Tomlin does. But they've converted twice on 4th down. They're now 0 for 6 on 3rd down today. Miami holds strong there at the line of scrimmage. And the defense is out there and the offense is out there, so the Steelers will go for this. Will they go tush-push again? A minute 46 left in the half. If they don't get this, Miami still has a long field. But they would have one timeout. They will put their tush-push team out there. It's going to be close. I think he got it. Looks like Connor Hayward got it. First down Steelers, but the clock continues to tick, and now there's some pushing and shoving after the play.
The ball, one of the Dolphins players came out with the ball, but I think he was...
The forward progress was
Forward
stopped.
progress, yeah.
The Steelers will let this clock bleed a little bit.
Every single time, without fail, Hayward just waits.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Steelers literally tell him, wait for Darnell Washington to push you. And Rodgers signals first down from a comfortable distance. Final timeout called by Miami with 1:28 left to go in the first half.
I believe this is the first time that either team has been to the red zone.
Yeah, it is. So the Steelers are 0 for 6 on third downs, but they are 3 for 3 on fourth.
You know.
And now they are trying to execute on their first and only red zone opportunity of the game so far. What you can't do here is turn the ball over. You got to leave this drive with points.
Knocking on wood, because last time we said was...
Yeah, last time we said those words, what we said couldn't happen happened. Now they go out and jumbo personnel with just one receiver, Thielen out there. Takes the snap, play action, Rodgers rolling. Still looking, nothing there. He's going to throw short. Caught by Gainwell. He's got some room. He's going to pick up a first down and get out of bounds with an 11-yard gain. Dolphins trying to protect the end zone, leaving the underneath option to Gainwell. And Gainwell is your leading receiver in this ball game right now. Currently with 41 yards and 6 catches in this first half. Rodgers taking what the defense has given him. And now the Steelers are inside the 5, threatening to take this lead before the end of the first half. And if you get the touchdown here, Ponzi, and you get another touchdown, you double dip. You go up 2 scores before Miami even touches, the ball significantly again. Shotgun here for Rodgers. Going to be a quick toss to Kenny Gainwell. Nobody blocking for him. He's going to make 2 men miss, and then he finally gets taken out of bounds. Flag on the play. Gainwell got hit really hard. Is it going to be horse collar here?
It looked like a little bit
high. Or could it be a hold on Darnell Washington? Or on Gainwell?
Mask.
Double face mask. Looks like a double face mask. Gainwell grabbed the face mask of number 20 of Miami.
He grabbed the collar there.
Which is Jordan Brooks. No, he grabs the bottom of the face mask. So we'll see if this offsets or if the Steelers get the call. And they're going to... Yeah, they said it was on Miami. So it takes them from the 4 to the 2. 1:15 left. I'd be shocked if they don't just run the ball. If they don't get it, they can kill clock. If they score a touchdown, they score a touchdown. They've got 3 receivers out there. They got Thielen, MVS, and Metcalf. Thielen is a little bit confused as to what the check is. 4 seconds left on the clock. Takes the snap, hands it off to Warren, up the middle. Power run game. He's in the end zone. Did he get down with the ball in there? No. They're going to say he's a yard short. Be second down and goal, and the clock will tick. Miami cannot stop the clock. Let's see if he was in. But not in. Good call by the refs. And honestly, that might be good for the Steelers because you still got a couple more opportunities here, and you get to take a lot of time off the clock.
Yeah, you're not leaving them any time.
Now there's less than a minute left to go in the half. You want to give yourself enough time to go 3 more plays here.
Of course, you still have those 2 timeouts.
Now Rodgers from shotgun takes the snap, hands it to Warren up the middle. He'll be stuffed again. He's going to make one last effort to get in. He's going to be short, though. Third down and goal. If I'm Tomlin, I'm using my timeout strategically here, probably around 20 seconds or so to give me enough time for 2 more plays. With the Steelers trying to pound their way in, they tried to bring Washington across the formation in a split flow action. He couldn't get there in time. And now it'll be third down and goal.
This is some grinded out football right now. I mean, this would be a huge swing if the Dolphins could hold them to 3.
By the way, thank you for getting us to 107,400 subscribers. We're going to be giving away a free raffle entry once we get to halftime here. And we are halfway to our next like milestone here. We have to 1,300 likes on today's live program. 6,200 people watching live. This is the best fan base in the world. Thank you guys so much for supporting me and Ponzi and what we do here. Now they're going to put the tush-push guys out there, and they're going to push Connor Hayward into the end zone. And Miami's trying to say they have the ball, but they're going to say, touchdown, Steelers, Connor Hayward. 3 successful tush-pushes today. And Miami's trying to say, that's our ball. We knocked it out, but I can guarantee you he crossed the plane before the ball was out. It's a scoring play, so it will automatically be reviewed, but for the time being, it is a touchdown Steelers for Connor Hayward. Yeah, he has full possession of that until the very end. He's into the end zone. They can cry all they want. Rodgers puts the double fist up. Touchdown Steelers, baby. Let's go. Type those TDs in the chat. Boswell right down the middle with the PAT. Only 17 seconds left in the half. Steelers with a beautifully executed end of half drive here, which is going to give this team a chance to double dip to start the second half. And I bet Miami's regretting their decision right now to have that football to start this game.
Yeah.
All right, type those TDs. Show me your TDs. We're giving away a free raffle entry right here. We're less than 50 likes away from giving away another one, too. Can we get to 1,400 likes? We got $6,000 in the chat. Let's go. We got Don. We got Lava. We got Cornell, Harrison, Glenn, Brian, Steven, Sasquatch, Spencer, Monkey, Electric Divergent, Tristan White, Jordan Tibbs, Risco, Pip. Keep them coming. Let's go. Spam those TDs in the chat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give this one to Terza Bower. Terza, you are in on the raffle. By the way, guys, we're only 7 likes away. I would love to give away another one right here. Can we get 7 more people to click that thumbs up icon?
Just as a reminder.
There we go. We just got there. I'm going to give this other one here to Christine Miller.
What we are raffling in the raffle ladder.
Yeah, so where are we at right now in terms of total?
We are still at 400.
We're at 400, so we're about $100 away from giving away a Color Rush jersey.
Sorry, $350.
We're at $350, so we're $150 away from banging the gong for the second time today. We've already gotten and locked in our Steelers beanie raffle today. If you guys want to get another raffle item today, you guys can upgrade that raffle item with $150 more in donations today. Super Chat, Venmo, or PayPal. If we can get to $750 tonight, we'll raffle off both items, and then every single raffle ticket that you guys purchase tonight, even if you don't win one of our raffles tonight, you also get entered into a month-long raffle to potentially win a signed Mean Joe Green mini helmet. All right, so you get entered into multiple raffles here, guys. If you guys donate to the channel, $10 gets you into the raffle today. $20 gets you 3 raffle tickets plus your name on the Steelers Talk Gong, which looks like this. Then we've got 10 tickets, and we make it rain for you for a $50 super chat. $250 total. We hit the gong for you. And we're 150 away from getting to that second gong hit. So we're back in Pittsburgh. Kicks away from Boswell, and it's going to go into the end zone. And it's going to be touchback. So Miami, no timeouts, but 17 seconds here from the 35. They'd have to throw the ball down the field and spike it and kick a long field goal for them to score any points here.
Or a shot down the field and out of bounds.
Oh man, Rodgers 13 of 14, 105 yards. He's taken 2 sacks, though. And his one incompletion came on a drop from Calvin Austin. So Rodgers should have a completion as an adjusted completion percentage tonight of 100%. I would say the run game hasn't been stellar tonight, though, and I would say those sacks along with Jonnu Smith's holding penalty has kind of stymied some things. But here we go. Let's see if Miami can put anything together with 17 seconds left. NASCAR package for Pittsburgh. They're going to hand it off to Achane on the outside. He's going to pick up, I would say, around 7. And they got no timeouts. And the Steelers are just going to let the Dolphins run this clock out. And that's going to take us into halftime. Score 7-3. Steelers on top. Yet another game where the Steelers go into halftime with a halftime lead. We have seen this team give up halftime leads, however. And this game is certainly within the reach of losing this thing in the second half. We can take a look at the run game for Miami. This was really the big thing heading into the game, Ponzi. How was the Steelers defense going to handle the Dolphins run game? They've only given up 52 yards in the first half. All right? And that's on 12 carries. So let's see. 52 divided by 12. That's an average of 4.3 yards per rush. That's pretty good, but the Dolphins offense hasn't been on the field for long enough for that average to accumulate into the numbers that we've seen from this Steelers defense give up the last 2 weeks. So we're just going to have to see what goes on here. And this is also the second week in a row that the Steelers win the time of possession battle in the first half. They ended up losing the time of possession battle at the end of things last week, though, against Baltimore. We'll see what happens in this one. But the time of possession battle, I think, has been huge in this first half, Ponzi, because it's kept Miami and Devon Achane off the field. And the Steelers have put together a couple of pretty decent long drives in this game that have kept the Dolphins off the field.
And to keep them cold, no pun intended here, or no, whatever. But, get that offense off the field, no explosive plays. They can't make an explosive play if they're not on the field.
100%. And right now, once again, it's Aaron Rodgers in the passing offense that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting on the offensive side of the ball. Rodgers is 13 of 14, should be 14 for 14 in this game, but he does have 2 sacks. Kenny Gainwell is currently your leading receiver with 41 yards on 6 catches. Darnell Washington in second place with 23 yards on 2 catches. DK Metcalf has 1 catch for 22 yards. Jonnu Smith has 2 catches for 12 yards, and Adam Thielen has 1 catch for 7 yards. Jaylen Warren also has 1 catch but has 0 yards. So that's where we're at right now with the receiving breakdown. I think Rodgers played a pretty decent first half there, Ponzi. He took a sack that you can't take. That's the lone play there where I was like, what the hell are you doing, Aaron? But for the most part here in a cold game where, not a lot of guys, including Tua, it appears, is throwing the ball all that well, Rodgers, I thought, looked pretty good in that first half. Didn't give up the ball. Threw the ball down the field a couple times with success. Most of it obviously is, checking it down to Kenny Gainwell, but he's doing it tactically, right? He's doing it, with the intention of, him catching it and running after. We saw that with Darnell Washington. We saw that with Kenny Gainwell here in this first half. And then they've been really successful on 4th downs. They're not successful on 3rd. They're 0 for 6. No, sorry, 1 for 7 on 3rd downs. There in that first half, but they were 3 for 3 on 4th downs, keeping drives alive, making that Dolphins defense feel it a little bit more. So I like where we stand right now, but obviously it's still at a point in this game where things can turn in a hurry, right? If the Steelers turn the ball over like they did against Buffalo, if the Steelers, still stall out on offense in the second half and Miami can just run the ball down their throats consistently, this game can get out of hand for the Steelers pretty quickly, and this is still within striking distance. So I think what's going to be really important here, Ponzi, is you got to have a good start to the second half. Put points on the board, preferably a touchdown on this first drive. If you can put a touchdown on the board here to start the second half, you go up 2 scores against this Miami team, in the second half. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Mike McDaniel and this offense to score quickly because they don't want to get to the point where they're in the fourth quarter and they have to throw on every play with Tua in the fourth quarter. If the Steelers get to that point in this game, they will win it. So that's kind of got to be the goal here for Pittsburgh, is to be up 2 scores by the end of the third quarter.
I mean, at least you get the ball back first coming out of half. I mean, if you're able to double dip at the end of this first half and, open up that second half, I feel like, the Steelers are going to be in a really great position to win this game.
Yeah, man, and I think that this defense is doing a good job here. Obviously, you get that interception with Asante Samuel. You're holding Devon Achane to only 49 yards there in that first half. He only has 8 carries simply because Miami just hasn't had a ton of plays in this game so far. I mean, let's take a look at how many plays they have. They have 20 offensive plays to Pittsburgh's 31. All right, so that's a good ratio that you want to see, for the rest of this game if you're Pittsburgh. Right now, Tua has less than 65 yards. He's at 61 yards of passing in this game with a pick. So Steelers defense has a really good first half there without TJ Watt, without Derek Harmon. All right, so I thought that they did a good job on this Dolphins offense. But obviously they got to play better on offense. They got to execute on both of those drives because if Rodgers doesn't take that sack, Ponzi, you're up a whole touchdown here and a field goal gets you up by 2 scores here to start the second half. So those 3 points, you're really feeling that right now. And now it's kind of forced your hand to try and get a touchdown on this first drive of the second half if you're going to go up 2 scores. All right, man. We got some super chats to catch up on here at halftime. I appreciate your guys' support. David Sterling with a 20 says, thanks for what you do. Game not on TV in Reno. Flew out to Steelers. Wait, Reno has ABC, right?
Pretty sure.
I think everywhere has ABC. I think that's a pretty universal channel there, David, so maybe you can find it on ABC. I mean, keep watching us. We love that you're here, but we appreciate you. $20 gets you into the raffle today. That is 3 raffle tickets for you, my friend. It says, flew out to Steelers-Seahawks game, greatest experience ever. Fortunately, the Steelers couldn't win, right? I wish they would have won that game for you, David, but fortunately, Caleb Johnson didn't know the kickoff rules, and Calvin Austin didn't know the scramble drill rules either. But appreciate the 20 there, David. You're a real one. Susu with a $1 super chat with the sunglasses emoji. Appreciate you, Susu. $2 from Mexamander says, touchdown Steelers. Love it, my friend. $10 from Shannon says, defense has had a few games this year where they look incredible in the first half and then crap the bed in the second half. Got to keep it up. Need a strong first drive from the offense. With you 100% there, Shannon. Now, the good news is, in some of those games where you've kind of crapped the bed in the second half, I will say you lost the time of possession battle in the first half of those games and in the second. In this one, you pretty handily won the time of possession battle in the first half. You put together a really long final drive there to finish the first half. So that's going to give this defense some juice, some stamina, hopefully, in this second half. And we'll see if they can hold up for another 2 quarters. If not, they'll lose this game. If they do, they'll win. $20 from Enzo. Appreciate you, my man. Says, Jack and Ponzi, you guys are always appreciated on game day. Why aren't we just throwing every pass to Darnell? LOL, but seriously, we got to get Jonnu out of this lineup ASAP and let Pat and Darnell eat. D is playing great. I agree with pretty much all of that, man. Like, Jonnu Smith, I know he made a nice play there running over Matthew Judon, but, for the most part, he doesn't block. In fact, he has multiple holding penalties that have ended drives for the Steelers this year. I think he might be the most penalized tight end on the team this season in terms of blocking. He doesn't run routes well. He doesn't catch the ball at a particularly great level. He's not fantastic after the catch. He's okay after the catch. But
You really sound like Kwame Brown right now.
he's just not that good. I don't know why he gets so much playing time. I mean,
Not to be disrespectful.
Now, to Arthur Smith's credit, they are playing a lot more 11 personnel in this game, which means 3 receivers. And Darnell has been, for the most part, has been the tight end in those 11 personnel looks. Sometimes it's been Muth. But yeah, Jonnu's workload has been reduced over these last 2 weeks, but it's not by enough. You should be giving his reps to Muth, but you're not. You're putting MVS out there at this point more than you're putting Muth out there, and I don't agree with that strategy.
Booth had a catch tonight?
No, he doesn't have a target.
It's crazy.
I just don't get it. Why we're prioritizing getting screen looks, manufactured touch looks to Jonnu Smith.
I mean, the first play of the game was a manufactured touch.
But we can't get the ball to Pat Freiermuth. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But $2 from Smootest Buddhist says, this team freaking sucks, dude. Is he talking about the Steelers? I think he is talking about the Steelers.
There's no more fans more negative than your team fan.
I mean,
is it the perfect first half?
I appreciate
No.
you, Smootest. You know how I feel about you, man. I appreciate you watching. And listen, man, like obviously that's not the first half that was maybe last week against Baltimore, right? Where you're throwing the ball down the field, multiple downfield shots, all that different stuff. But like I thought they moved the ball pretty decently in that first half, and the times that they didn't move the ball was because of a Jonnu Smith penalty, and just barely not getting to the first down marker on that first drive of the game, right? So you're winning the time of possession battle. You're winning the yardage battle. Now, listen, man, like I think it's fair to say, the Steelers are the better of the worst teams tonight because Miami's not playing a particularly great football game right now. But like, yeah, man, if the Steelers win this game, they're still setting themselves up pretty nicely to put themselves in position to make a playoff this year. $2 from 19HF says, if it's not a local team, they may not show the game. Oh, okay. So maybe that ABC affiliate isn't showing the game. But I'm pretty sure like the ratings for Monday Night Football is going to beat anything else that they could show.
Yeah, I don't
know. I feel like any ABC affiliate would be dumb not to show the game.
Unless they're in Baltimore.
Yeah, maybe it's in Baltimore. Or in Reno, apparently. $2 from Dawson Winners says, Jonnu should have been cut 7 weeks ago. I don't know about cut, but like he should only be in the game, Ponzi, on like 3rd and 4th and short situations. Where like if you get him the ball on a screen, he's actually a threat. But like if you're asking him to go out and run a route and beat somebody in man coverage, he's not going to do it. All right, he sucks at route running. If you're asking him to go out and make a tough catch towards the sideline, he's not really going to do that either. He doesn't have great hands. If you're going to ask him to block on early downs, we've already seen what happens, man. He holds or he gets beat. So like I think he should be getting 10 or less offensive snaps a game. And I think he cannot be on this team next year.
No.
But he probably fucking will be because Arthur Smith thinks he's the best thing since sliced bread, apparently. Which is so weird, Ponzi, because I thought Arthur Smith was supposed to love guys that block. Jonnu Smith might be the worst blocking tight end in the league.
I mean, you think about it from Arthur Smith's tenure. I mean, he was reportedly the guy who fell in love with him in pre-draft for the tight end.
Yeah, but like... Is he just blind to what the tape is telling everybody? This brother stinks. Why do we keep giving him chances? Now, I get it. You paid him a lot of money, and he was a big part of your offensive vision for the year. But, like, you got to play your best players. Muth's a better player. I would rather play MVS in a pure passing situation than Jonnu Smith. Same thing goes for Calvin Austin III. Same thing goes for Roman fucking Wilson, who doesn't even have a helmet. I might rather have Scotty Miller out there on a passing situation than Jonnu Smith. He provides very little value, unfortunately.
I mean, I get it. He had a great season last season.
Yeah, in an offense that fed him the football on a lot of screens, and he took a step back athletically. He was in his athletic prime last year in Miami. He was a really good player and productive player, but like the Steelers don't use him that way, and he's not the athlete he was last year even. He's taken a step back. So listen, man, like I hope Arthur Smith comes to his senses eventually, hopefully by playoff time, if we make the playoffs at this point. And hopefully by playoff time, we're talking about Muth and Darnell getting a big lion's share of the tight end, snaps in this offense. But time's running out for Arthur Smith to realize that Jonnu Smith can't play. We got another one here from Smootus Buddhist. Says Smith brought Jonnu to every team he's coached. Yep.
No, literally.
Literally every team. Tennessee, Atlanta, and now Pittsburgh.
Yep.
It's hilarious.
Love child.
Hilarious.
And you don't see that. I don't see that very often, Mike.
Listen, man, I don't even get. Like, I could understand it if Jonnu actually fit what Art likes to do, but he doesn't. Art likes guys that can block, and Jonnu is a terrible blocker. So I just don't get the appeal. I really don't. So we're back in Pittsburgh. We're getting ready to kick this thing off. Steelers will get the ball to start the second half. A chance to double dip and go up by 2 scores if they can score a touchdown here. If they get a field goal, they go up by a touchdown. Patterson has the kick lined up, and we are back in Pittsburgh. The kick is away. It's going to be fielded by Jaylen Warren at the 5-yard line. He's going to find a crease, and he gets down to around the 28-29. And now he's got a slight limp walking off the field. We'll see if he stays out for the offense here. It looks like he will. Come on, baby. Right now, we are less than 40 likes away and less than 30 subscribers away from giving away a free raffle entry. Right now, we're giving away a Steelers beanie at the end of this game. But we are about, around $100 at this point, Ponzi? Maybe a little bit more than that from giving away a Color Rush jersey. They're going to go out in jumbo to start this drive here at the 29-yard line. Thielen and Metcalf, the 2 receivers. Rodgers cans the play at the line of scrimmage. He's going to hand it off to Jaylen Warren. He's going to try and find a lane. He's going to make one man miss. He's going to pick up a decent 5-yard gain or so. All right, we're $123 away from upgrading our raffle item for tonight and hitting the gong again. Currently, the raffle item is a Steelers beanie, really stylish one. But if we can get $123 more in donations, we're going to upgrade that to a Steelers Color Rush jersey of the player of your choosing, or of the winner's choosing, I should say. 2nd down and 4 here for Pittsburgh. Rodgers in shotgun. They put MVS out there to form 11 personnel. They will hand it off for a second time here to Jaylen Warren, who will fight forward close to first down yardage. He's going to be about a half-yard short. I would not be surprised if we see tush push back out there for Pittsburgh. We've already seen it 3 times, including on the touchdown for the Steelers. But it looks like they're going to go a little bit tempo here. Put Rodgers in shotgun on 3rd and 1. Takes the snap, hands it off for a 3rd time to Warren. He'll pick it up, first down Steelers. He'll be marked down at around the 40-yard line. And if you look at the statistics, when the Steelers convert 1 first down, more often than not, they end up scoring on that drive. Now they put Jonnu Smith on the field. Fuck me. God. Kenny Gainwell replaces Warren after 3 straight carries. And they got jumbo personnel out there right now. It's going to be a handoff to Kenny Gainwell. He's going to try and find a lane. He finds one. He makes one miss. There he goes to the 50, 40, 30, down to Minkah Fitzpatrick. Forces him out. Let's go. Big gain from Kenny Gainwell. Gets in the Dolphin territory. First down, Steelers. Let's go, baby. And now DK Metcalf and Jack Jones get into it after the play. And it looks like Ashton Davis, the free safety, might be out of position here. He's the one that's supposed to tackle Gainwell. Great contact balance from Kenny, staying on his feet. Almost got tripped up on his own feet behind the line of scrimmage, but great balance from Kenny Gainwell, who's having another great game for the Steelers here. It's his 3rd straight great performance. And now he's your leading rusher with 41 yards on 4 carries after that big one. Now we're in the Prize Picks red zone. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups. Actually, we're just outside the Prize Picks red zone right now. Nope, 22. It's going to be a handoff here to Gainwell again. He's going to make one man miss, and he's going to pick up 3. And now we're in the Prize Picks red zone. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Kenny Gainwell has become the guy for Pittsburgh to make plays happen when they're not even there. Decent block from Adam Thielen there as well. Now 2nd down and 7 from Miami's 19-yard line. Gainwell still in as the back. Play action. Rodgers stepping up in the pocket. Throws down the field. It's open. Caught. Touchdown, MVS. They're back together. MVS and Aaron Rodgers connect. And the Steelers double dip. Touchdown. Up 2 scores. Let's go, baby. creating separation on the crosser was MVS, his first touchdown as a Steeler, and the Steelers will go up 11 pending the extra point. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go. Love it. Love it. Type those MVSs in the chat. Type those MVSs in the chat. Let's go, man. Plus, we just passed 1,600 likes, so let's give away a free raffle entry. Let's give away a free raffle entry, and we're only 16 subscribers away. Sub for Steelers scoring touchdowns. Let's go, baby. MVS, a Pittsburgh Steeler. Great throw from Rodgers. Great protection up front from the play action. Type those MVSs if you want a free raffle entry. Type MVS in the chat for a free raffle entry. We got M3. We got Damian, Zane, Cinco, Sterling, Kyrie, Sean, Charles, Otis, Holly, Brandon, Yoda, Jay Madden, Gaming Wizard, Brandon, Brian, come on, who wants it? Who wants the free raffle entry? Let's go. Oh, shit. I think I missed multiple Venmos and PayPals here because my phone went into sleep mode. All right, so we'll hit these. I'm going to send them to you right now, Ponzi. F. Sperry in the chat. I missed a lot of Venmos and PayPals because my phone went into sleep mode. So don't worry, I'm not stealing your money here. All right, man. And another free raffle entry. Keep spamming those MVSs. Yeah, I'm gonna go Tristan White. Tristan White, URN. Guys, if Aaron Rodgers keeps playing like this, the Pittsburgh Steelers can beat anybody. I'm 100% serious. One more what? Oh, okay. I'm going to go Pip 74. All right. Get your Twitter accounts ready, by the way. Going to be posting a highlight here on my X account here soon. I'll give a shout out to everybody that retweets that. But Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Aaron Rodgers together again. And now, before Miami's even touched the ball, last time Miami touched the football in a meaningful drive, they had a 3-0 lead. Now they're down by 11 points. That is a great job executing from the Steelers, bookending the first and second halves there. Great stuff. All right, we are back in Pittsburgh. We're going to get to some Venmo and PayPal alerts next commercial break, Ponzi. Now the kick's away, and Boswell can't get it into the landing zone, so Miami will take it from the 40. Not great. To go from that high of a high, getting 2 great drives in a row, going up 11 points to now you're giving the ball to Miami at the 40 is not the way I wanted it to go. Rodgers tonight, man, he's not doing anything, too crazy, but he's played super efficiently. 14 of 15 for 124, a touchdown and no picks. And Gainwell has been your leading rusher and your leading receiver in this game. He's been terrific. Now Miami will start this drive under center. It feels like forever since they've had the ball. Going to take the snap, hand it off to Achane. He's going to try and find a lane. Cam Hayward buries him. No gain. Let's go, Cam. Let's go, Beast. Let's go, man. Let's frickin' go. Second down and 10 now. Pony formation, fullback and a running back next to Tua in the shotgun. Takes the snap. He'll throw this. Nothing there initially. Now he's going to dump it off to Ingold. It's caught, and he's going to pick up maybe 4. It'll be third down and pass coming up. This is exactly what the Steelers defense needs to do, Ponzi. Get them into third, and Tua has to move the chains. Glenn Brandt, yeah. B-R-A-D-T. B-R-A-N-D-T. Sorry, I mixed that up. All right, third down and 6. Come on, get off the field here, boys. Come on. Shotgun for Tua. Steelers threatening blitz. They're going to drop out of it and send some other people. Tua running to his left, nothing there. And he's pushed down. A sack. Brought down at the 30. Jalen Ramsey, the former Dolphin, getting the sack, and the Steelers are going to get the football back with a chance to go up 3 scores if they can get another touchdown. Let's go!
Man, Sperry, I got to say, I was hungry.
Blitzing from a deep safety alignment. Nobody is there. Steelers with an exotic defensive coverage. Tua got fooled, and Ramsey pushes his former quarterback to the icy turf at Acrisure. The punt is away. Calvin Austin, plenty of room, fields it at the 15. He's going to take a hit at the 23-yard line, and he will go down.
Long snapper got the tackle.
So the Steelers have the football back in a long field. If they can put together a touchdown drive here and wear out the Dolphins defense, this could be a game-changing drive for the Steelers. Game-changing opportunity coming up next as they go to commercial. We got a $50 Venmo from Glenn Brett. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Glenn Brandt making it rain for us here on Steelers Talk with a $50 PayPal. And he says, let's go, Steelers. Get some. I love it. Then we've got... What's up next year? We got Kyrie with a $20 Venmo. Gets him 6 raffle tickets. Shout out to Kyrie. And then we've got a $10 super chat from Paula, or a Venmo here from Paula, saying Steelers Lifer. Well, guess what, Steelers Lifer? You get 2 raffle tickets. Best of luck to you in tonight's raffles. Where's that bring us to here, Ponzi? We got to be getting close now.
Yeah, let me see.
We got to be less than $100 away from the Color Rush jersey.
Looks like we are $30 away.
We're $30 away. So a 20 and a 10 or 150 is all we are away from getting to our second gong hit of the day and upgrading our raffle item to a Steelers Color Rush jersey of the winner's choosing.
Get some super chats in here while we have the commercial break. Zach Savage with a 5.
What's up, Zach Savage? Good to see you. Says put Jono in on every 5th down. He'll be useful then. That's a good one there, Zach Savage. Put in another 5, my friend. It'll get you into the raffle. $14 Canadian from Kathy. Says, go Steelers. I need raffle tickets, please. I think that's probably a typo. Okay, Kathy, you get, what, 1? Yeah, 1.
I think Canadian dollars is...
Yeah, I think that should be 10. So, Kathy gets a raffle ticket. Appreciate you. $5 from Damon King says, let me borrow $5, someone. Well, he just donated $5, so he needs to recoup that. Damon, if you put in another 5, though, we'll make sure to get you into the raffle tonight.
I think they're joking, saying that they need another 5 to get into the raffle.
Ah, gotcha. Well, if someone wants to put in a 5 so that Damon can get into the raffle, feel free. Robert Locke just put in the other 5, so put Damon in the raffle. Steelers start this drive at the 23. They'll start in shotgun with Rodgers. 11 personnel. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking. He's going to throw it short to Metcalf. He makes one man miss. And he's trying to get outside. Probably shifted around too much there. And he's only going to get about 5 or 6 on the first down reception. His second of the night. Did we just pass 500, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, so next commercial break, we'll give away a free raffle entry as well. Shotgun, quick screen to Darnell on the outside. He's going to be upended after a gain of 2 by Jack Jones. It'll be third down and manageable here. I've been saying it all night, but the Steelers coming into tonight were the number 1 offense in the league in third and short situations on offense. Today, not as efficient. They are 2 for 8 on third downs in this game. Now, Rodgers complaining about something. Rodgers upset about something here. Did he throw? Did we miss an entire play? So Monday Night Football didn't even show the play. Rodgers threw it down the field to MVS. But Miami had 12 men on the field. So Rodgers played with tempo. They had 12 men on the field. Rodgers threw it deep to MVS. It fell incomplete, but because of the 12 men on the field penalty, it will be first down for Pittsburgh. How do we miss an entire play, ESPN? That's a fucking joke. The play was literally over when they started showing it. First down and 10 for Pittsburgh. They now have the ball at the 35. Muth in the game now as the lone tight end and 11 personnel. They're going to hand it off to Gainwell. Good blocking up front, and Gainwell's going to pick up 10 and another Steelers first down depending on the spot. Gainwell continuing his good day today. They're going to only give Gainwell 9 on the rush, so it's going to be second down and inches here. They'll stay in 11 personnel, shotgun Rodgers. And they will give this to Gainwell, and he will pick up the first down, and he's going to try and squirt away for more. He does. He gets into Miami territory to the 46. Kenny Gainwell having another great game. Dude, at this point, Ponzi, how do you not bring back Kenny Gainwell in 2026? So now the Steelers are going to go fast here, play with some tempo. Rodgers will take the snap, and he's going to throw. He's going to get it to Gainwell, and that's another catch for 14. He'll pick up another 4. Steelers clearly trying to gas the Miami Dolphins defense. And if they can convert this into a touchdown drive, they will be tired at the end of this drive, no question about it. Plus, they'll be up 3 scores. Steelers already at 100 yards in the third quarter. Shotgun for Rodgers. 2-by-2 formation. Only one tight end, and it's Muth. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking. He's going to throw to Muth over the middle, and it's almost intercepted. It hits the ground, though. Good play by number 20 of Miami. That is Jordan Brooks, the linebacker. Rodgers tried to thread the needle to Muth, and Brooks had the ball in his hands, and obviously the ball comes out and hits the grass. Would have been a tough play. Rodgers trying to hit that seam ball to Muth. Can't get it, though, and it'll be third down and 6. This is a big play here. Can the Steelers move the chains? Rodgers will be in shotgun. Jaylen Warren in the game here on a third down. Seems like he's been replaced, and now Rodgers will have to call timeout. Rodgers doesn't love the play or the look. And he wants to make sure he can keep this drive alive. Kenny Gainwell right now, by the way, is, oh my gosh, clear holding penalty missed. Rodgers trying to get the hold call on Muth, and the refs missed it. And I said coming into this game, guys, I'm not going to go full conspiracy on you guys, but the NFL wants Steelers-Ravens at the end of the season to decide the division. That's what the league wants. So I'm not saying there's a conspiracy. I'm just saying that's what the league wants. 3rd down and 6 here. Let's see if Rodgers can move the chains after the BS no call helping out the Dolphins. They're going to put Gainwell back out there. Trips left with Gainwell and a McCaffrey split. Now they bring him back in. And they bring Gainwell down into the right sniffer position. Rodgers takes the snap. He's looking, throwing middle, open, caught. That's Muth. He was wide open. He's going to get all the way down to the 25-yard line. 1st down, Steelers. And the drive continues. And the clock continues to tick. And we're getting to the point in this game, guys, where if the Steelers get a touchdown, Miami's going to have to start throwing the ball, and a lot, to get back into it. Miami dropped back into a Tampa 2 coverage, leaving Muth wide open in the short middle of the field, giving them an easy 1st down. Now down to the 27-yard line of Miami. Shotgun Rodgers takes the snap, handoff to Gainwell, trying to get some blocks, and he's going to be brought down behind the line of scrimmage, a loss of maybe 2 or 1. Keep eating the clock. Win the time of possession. Make that defense feel it. Keep that offense cold on the bench. 2nd down and 11. Shotgun Rodgers. 2 receiver set with 1 tight end being Jonnu Smith. Takes the snap. He's looking. Rodgers, nothing there. Still nothing there. Now he's trying to escape. He throws down the field to Muth and incomplete. Threw it in the area of Muth and looks like Muth stumbled. Rodgers just trying to not take a sack. This would have been a hell of a play if Rodgers would have hit it. Well, it looks like Rodgers' first couple reads were taken away. And Rodgers just eventually had to throw it deep to Muth, or at least in the area of Muth. And now it's 3rd down and 11. This would be remarkable if the Steelers move the chains here. Shotgun trips left for Pittsburgh. Calvin Austin, the lone receiver, out to the right. Rodgers will take the snap. They send pressure. Rodgers looking, throwing middle, and it's going to be caught. What a lace by Rodgers, the Metcalf. He throws a man off of him. Throws another man off. He's in. Touchdown, Steelers! Touchdown, DK Metcalf! What a throw by Rodgers! What a run after by Metcalf! And the Steelers will have a 3-possession lead. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go. Rodgers fit this into the tightest of windows. And then DK throws 2 Dolphins off of him. Boswell puts in the extra point. 21-3 Steelers. Let's go. What a laser from Aaron Rodgers. Let's go. By the way, guess who Metcalf threw off of him? Minkah Fitzpatrick. Get the fuck out of here, Minkah. Let's go. Let's go. What a play, man. What a game. What a quarter. 3rd quarter domination from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now a 3-possession lead at home. And now let's talk about my other favorite thing other than Steelers touchdowns, which is our friends at Prize Picks. And it's the holiday season officially now, guys. And in my opinion, this is the best time of the year to be a sports fan and to watch sports. Bowl games, basketball matchups, hockey is here now, playoff pushes in football. It's all happening at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels good to be right, and that is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about a particular lineup and want bigger payouts, shoutouts, I go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, PrizePicks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. Tonight, we took more on rushing yards for Devon Achane, took the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren, and the less on passing yards for Tua Tagovailoa. So you guys can download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. Let's go, man. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. What a play by the combination of quarterback and wide receiver Aaron Rodgers, who is currently 19 for 22 with 2 touchdowns, no picks, and DK Metcalf, who just threw the former Steeler Minkah Fitzpatrick to the dirt en route to his touchdown on the day here. Fantastic stuff. Great.
Shout out to Spencer. Black and gold heart right there. Bob Block with a $5.
Bob Locke with a 5 says his other 5, so appreciate you guys. Ryan Powell with a 5 says Steelers all the way.
And here's what put us over.
Sack Savage! Here we go, Steelers! Here we go! Let's go! Sack Savage getting us over 500. We're giving away a Steelers color rush jersey at the end of the show now. And now the kick is away. It's going to be fielded. Not a great kick by Boswell. It's going to be fielded at the 13, but the Steelers are going to bring them down short of the 30. Now Steelers defense, it's had a hell of a game today. Just 3 points allowed. Will retake the field here. Let's frickin' go, man.
What a dart by Rodgers.
Fit that into the tiniest of windows. And then Metcalf literally threw Minkah Fitzpatrick off of him and then threw Jordan Brooks off of him. Mike Tomlin is pumped up, man. Now Miami in a position where they're going to have to put the ball in the hands of Tua. He's going to throw a quick screen out to Devon Achane. He's looking for a lane to run. He's not going to get it. Tackle for loss. Loss of 2. Second down and 12 coming up. Cam Hayward on the tackle. This defense is coming to eat today. This defense is coming to eat today. Belt to ass. By the way, Coop came in here and said he was going to – what did he say? That they were going to eat that ass tonight or something like that? Like something ridiculous? Type F Coop in the chat. We got pistol formation here for 2 on second down and 12. He will throw. He will throw quickly. It's tipped up in the air. Should have been intercepted by Alex Highsmith, but it falls to the grass, and it'll be third down and 12 coming up. Type those 3s in the chat.
It's third.
Come on.
Down.
No mercy. Let's go. No mercy. Get them off the field. Send them back to the heaters. Let's go. Type those 3s. Acrisure Stadium going crazy right now. Shotgun Tua. He will take the snap. 4-man rush. He's got time. Still looking. Nothing there. Now rolling. Now he's still going. Now he's going to be brought down. Sack. Peyton Wilson, the linebacker. And I'm hungry for a sack. Get on the ground, Tua. Let's go. Woo! Now it looks like Westbrook Akine went down and slipped on the play. And now the punt's away. Calvin Austin will field this at the 28. He's going to try and get some room out to the left. He's going to trip And you get down, flag on the play. I think this is going to bring back the Steelers. But the Steelers have the ball, up 3 scores, and I think they're going to get Ben Skoranek on a block in the back or a hold. But hey, man, at this point in the game, Ponzi, more stretch of land to stretch this next drive over? I'll take that. You're up by 3 scores. Take this drive into the fourth quarter. No. Did they? No. I mean, vibes were high. They played it at a point in the game where it was impossible to boo it. All right. We type those me's in the chat, by the way. We're giving away a free raffle entry here while we're at commercial. But I want to give some shout-outs to some Venmos. Rachel with a 5 says, let's go Steelers. Let's go, Rachel. Then we got Robert Locke with a 10, says, Renegade time. It was a great time for Renegade because you get that stop, and now you have the ball. Up 3 scores. Obviously, you're up by 18. So if you even get a field goal here, you're up 3 touchdowns. Okay, and if you get another touchdown here, is it 4 scores then? It is. So a touchdown ends the game. A touchdown ends the game here, effectively. $10 from SJM says, why'd it take so long for them to throw the flag? We don't know because ESPN didn't show it because ESPN's incompetent, I guess. $2 from Shannon Cassidy says Metcalf went Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
He sure did, man. He sure did. Rachel put in another 5, by the way, so she's in the raffle. Once again, it was, here's my second 5, go Steelers, and because it's Venmo, it's 2 raffle entries for her.
Ryan Powell with the 2.
We still have that other Venmo, too.
Yeah, I got you.
Ryan says DK fucking Metcalf. And those are the type of plays Metcalf can make, man. You pair him up now next year with like a crazy good route runner. That is the perfect dynamic duo for the next half decade here in Pittsburgh. Like if you can get Mekhi Lemon in the first round or something like that.
I mean, I'm happy with like Boston.
That'd be awesome. Denzel Boston would be great too. Out of Washington. Rachel, again, with a 5. We appreciate you, Rachel. You're in on the raffle.
Bernard.
Let's go, man.
I think that is.
Bernard says A-Rod is washed.
I think more is I don't know.
Is that sarcastic?
I think so. Back here.
All right, Rodgers, play action throws and drop by Darnell Washington. He took his eyes off the ball.
He was too busy.
Got ahead of himself there, Ponzi.
He was too busy worrying about who was going to run over.
Second down and 10 for the Steelers. Come on. Extend your lead in the time of possession battle. Set up a third down and manageable on this play and then convert it. Under center for Rodgers. Hands it off to Warren. He's not going to get much. Maybe a yard. Maybe 2. It'll be third down and long. Rodgers is going to have to dig you out again. Great. All right, I just posted the latest highlight on my X account, guys. So Ponzi put my Twitter in the L3. Everybody that retweets it is going to get a shout out next commercial break. You can find me at Jack_Sperry. It's my latest post. Third down and 8, they go empty with Rodgers trips left. Metcalf, the lone receiver, out to the right in a nasty split. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking, going to dump it off to Muth. He's going to have to make a man miss. He makes one guy miss, and a big hit by Jordan Brooks. And the Steelers are going to be 1 yard short. They're going to punt. Big stop for Miami. Flag on the play. Let's see what this is. And now Miami, I think he was taunting Muth after the hit. That's going to be a new set of downs for Pittsburgh. Mike McDaniel is looking on in disbelief. Oh, no. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Miami. It's going to be a new set of downs for Pittsburgh, but unfortunately, Isaac Seumalo is down on one knee after the play. And that's somebody you really don't want to – he's been playing so well. So he stood over him. That's why that's the taunting foul, and that's a good call. Can't stand over a player. So stupid play from a bad football team. Now the Steelers can run some more clock. Maybe even take out the rest of the third quarter here. Spencer Anderson now at left guard for the Steelers. So now the entire starting left side of your offensive line is hurt with Broderick Jones, Andrus Peat, and Isaac Seumalo out now. Under center is Rodgers. They're going to hand it off to Gainwell. He's going to find a crease on the back side. He's going to pick up 8. Gainwell continues his really strong day. Be second down and 1. They're going to give him the full 9 yards there. 69 yards, nice on the ground for Gainwell today on 9 carries. Again, guys, don't take my X off the L3, Ponzi. Gotcha. Make sure you go retweet our latest highlight on my Twitter, guys, at Jack_Sperry. The Steelers will run this again, and they'll pick up 2 yards, first down Steelers. For some reason, there's a Miami player that's celebrating, even though they gave up a first down, and that's going to allow the Steelers to knock out the rest of the third quarter. Even if Seumalo can come back in the game, it wouldn't surprise me if they just keep him out. Seumalo does have his helmet and is out of the tent right now. Right now, the Steelers have 163 yards in the third quarter. The Miami Dolphins have -20. Now in Miami territory on their 46. Shotgun Rodgers, play action. Rodgers has a clean pocket, now rolling out to the right. Flag on the play. Now Rodgers will run out of bounds after a gain of 3 or 4. We'll see what the flag is here. A holding penalty ended a drive earlier in the game for Pittsburgh. Now Rodgers talking some crap to the people on the sideline of the Dolphins sideline here. See what the flag is. It's probably holding on Pittsburgh. Illegal shift on Pittsburgh. So you replay the down, 1st and 15, so the Steelers get another play. But the play clock is going to be able to be wound down to the fourth quarter. And to start the fourth here, the Steelers will have 3-score advantage with the ball. Looks like a Jordan Brooks is on the sideline, hobbling around a little bit. So that's one of their starting linebackers. Yes. All right. That's the end of the third quarter. Type those 4s. We're into the fourth. 21-3, Steelers lead. Steelers win that quarter 14-0. All right, let's see. Who's everybody that has retweeted this post? Shout out to Jeremy Strayer, Darnell Berg, Bob Pitts, Q, Ghost in Me, Dave, 2 Derez Q, Herbig Lover, Keith, Dylan Folk, Pip Daddy, Troy Abuga, Sack Savage, Steeli, Czar Craig, and Kenneth Marquez. Is anybody else? Well, let me refresh it one more time here. That's it. Shout out to you guys for reposting that. And did we give away the free raffle entry for the 1,800 likes? We did not, so let's give that away right now. Where are we at with subs? We are close. All right, so we are just 16 new subscribers away from giving away another free raffle entry as well. Type those me's if you want one right now. We're giving away a Steelers Color Rush jersey at the end of the game. If you want a free raffle entry, let's go. So Isaac Sayamalo has a triceps injury, and his return is doubtful.
Okay.
Triceps is a
fickle thing.
Well, that scares me because if it's a tear in his triceps, he's done for the season.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, our donation menu.
$10 gets you into the raffle today. You can change that item at the top there, Ponzi, to a Color Rush jersey. $10 gets you into the raffle. $20 gets you 3 raffle tickets and your name on the Steelers Talk Gong. $50 gets you 10 tickets, and we make it rain for you here on the show. And for every $250 donated on the stream, we hit the gong. How far are we from hitting the gong again here, Ponzi? I'm guessing we're probably pretty far. Maybe 200?
Let's see. Looks like we are, 200.
All right, so we're about 200 away from raffling off both items tonight. So,
the raffle ladder.
By the way, if you guys get in on the raffle today, you also get entered into the month-long December raffle for a signed Joe Green helmet. So if you're a big fan of Steelers memorabilia, Mean Joe Green, get into today's raffle so that you can enter the month-long raffle as well. If you guys want to find me on Venmo or PayPal, I'll double your raffle tickets for every single raffle. You can find me at Jack Sperry on Venmo or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. First down and 15 for the Steelers here to start the fourth quarter. Trips left from shotgun. Rodgers will throw quickly to Muth. It's caught. Makes a man miss. He's going to pick up a first down and more, and he's going to get down to the Steelers' 29-yard line or to the Dolphins' 29-yard line. First down, Steelers. Rodgers is absolutely dealing in this game. A quick little strike to Pat Freiermuth. Dolphins weren't guarding him in the slot, and now the Steelers within striking distance again. Shotgun Rodgers. Multiple receivers on the field here. He's going to hand it off to Gainwell, and he's going to get good push from his offensive line again, get another 5 or 6. Rodgers liking the rhythm of the offense, nodding his head, enjoying what he's seeing and allowing the Steelers to burn more clock here. Steelers now in field goal range, and if they can get a field goal, they'd be making it a 3-touchdown deficit for Miami. If they get a touchdown here, the game is over. They make it a 4-possession deficit in the fourth quarter. Pretty much no chance for Miami to come back. Second down and 5. Shotgun Rodgers takes the snap. He's looking to throw. He's just going to dump it off to Warren. He's got the flat, picks up a first down, and gets inside the 15-yard line into the Prize Picks red zone to the Dolphins 14. The second half domination continues. And now Rodgers, is there an injury here? Oh no, Minkah Fitzpatrick is on the ground. Minkah Fitzpatrick takes a seat, and a bunch of Steelers players go over to check on him, including head coach Mike Tomlin, who's obviously not a player. He's a coach, but very close with Minkah. Minkah would sit in on defensive coaches meetings every single week when he was a player here. Very close with head coach Mike Tomlin. So, hope he's okay. Thank you guys for helping us get to 107,600 subscribers. Let's give away a free raffle entry here while we're at commercial break. Type those me's. By the way, did we give away? I think I forgot to give away the last one. So let's give away 2 right here. Spam those me's. By the way, the Steelers are in the Prize Picks red zone while you guys are getting those me's in the chat. PrizePicks.com/CLNS or download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after playing your first $5 lineup. And it is the holiday season, guys, and in my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports, bowl games, basketball matchups, playoff pushes. It's all happening all at once, and while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels good to be right, and that is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks, though, is how you play is really up to you. If you want a little more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling particularly strong about a lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is if you know ball. Tonight, we did take the more on Devon Achane rushing yards. Right now, he's currently sitting at 48, so not looking great there, Ponzi. We're taking the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren. He's currently got 33, so not looking great there, honestly. Hopefully, he can maybe get there in this fourth quarter. And we took the less on Tua Tagovailoa passing yards. He's only at 65 right now, so certainly looking good on that front. But you guys can download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. All right, spam those me's in the chat. I'm going to give one to Doug Howe. I'm going to give the other one to, who do I want to give this to here? Jack O. Pocket. So Minkah Fitzpatrick was able to walk off on his own power. That's good news. Minkah's a good guy, good teammate, good football player. Hope that he can play again this season. Do have a couple of Venmos, but we currently have the ball inside the 15. We'll get to those Venmos when we get back, or next commercial break, whenever that is. Rodgers under center here. Jumbo formation for Pittsburgh. Takes the snap. Is going to toss it to Gainwell. And no, Caleb John. Oh, no, that's Jonnu Smith who takes the toss into the end zone. The former Dolphin scores. Touchdown, Steelers. Ball game. Let's go. Jonnu fucking Smith. Put him at running back. And the Steelers go up 4 scores. They put Jonnu frickin' Smith as their running back. Great blocking from Washington, Thielen, and Anderson on the outside, and Smith does the rest. They got to use that more, man. He looked pretty. He was running pretty good. That's the best Jonnu has looked all year. Boswell puts up the kick, and it's good. 28-3, belt to ass, Steelers up. Let's go, man. Got a couple Venmos that we'll get to here momentarily, but you can pretty much call this one, folks. 25-point lead. That's a 4-possession lead. The Dolphins will have to possess the ball at least 4 more times, and they're going to have to get a bunch of yards, a bunch of touchdowns. The Steelers are going to have to make multiple critical mistakes for the Dolphins to even have a prayer. So it's looking like we are definitely on our way to 8-6. And really, the big focus now, in my opinion, turns to Isaac Seumalo, because he has been so good for this team at left guard this year. Apparently, this is a triceps injury, and triceps is a scary injury because if that's a tear, he's out for the year. And if he can't go the rest of the season, you're either asking Andrews Pete, if he comes back from concussion protocol, or Spencer Anderson to play left guard for you the rest of the season. Yeah, but they could put Dylan Cook at left tackle. He started there tonight. Dylan Cook, we haven't called his name once. He's been good. He's been fine tonight. All right, Kathleen, $20. That is 6 raffle tickets for you, my friend. She says, go Steelers. Go Steelers, Kathleen. Andrew with a 20 as well. Says a great 3 quarters for the Steelers. Let's shut them down for good now. Hashtag here we go. And they just did, Andrew. Really a fantastic second half. And this Steelers team has been bad in the second half this year. But this has been their best second half of the season. It's not even particularly close. They've dominated the time of possession. The Steelers defense has given up negative 20 yards to the Dolphins offense in this half right now. Tua Tagovailoa only has 65 yards passing with 6 completions. And the run game for Miami only has 51 yards, including a yard from Tua. So 50 yards from the running backs, 48 from Achane. Yeah, man, this tells you the whole story right here, man. Holy cow. Aaron Rodgers took a couple sacks today, but for the most part, he's been excellent in the cold weather. And if we can get a performance like this from Rodgers in the playoffs, you can beat any team in the AFC. You can beat Denver. You can beat New England. You can beat any team in this conference if the Steelers play like they did tonight. Kick is away from Boswell, perfectly placed at the 2-yard line. And now there's a block, and he gets outside, and he gets past the 30 to around the 35-36. Dwayne Eskridge with a decent return for Miami. But they got less than 13 minutes here to pick up 4 scores to put themselves in position to win this game. When was the last time we could actually say the Steelers dominated a team? Like from belt to ass, like 4+ scores victory. When was the last time we could say that? I can't remember the last time they beat somebody by 4 scores. Shotgun here for Tua. They're going to have to start airing it out here. They're going to dump it off to Achane. He's got a lot of room. Patrick Queen misses a tackle, and now Achane will get to the 50 like that. Steelers, you can tell, man, they know this game's in the bag. But you got to keep playing, folks. Got to keep playing, guys. Sub for Steelers dubs, man. It looks like we're on our way to 8-6. Going to Detroit next week, playing with house money. Jesus, man. They haven't had a first down since 6:58 in the second quarter. Under center in the offset eye here for Tua and the Dolphins. Takes the snap. Toss play to Achane. He's going to try and find a lane. He does find one. He stays on his feet. Picks up another 11 yards. First down Miami. Second down and 1, they actually said he stepped out before he crossed the line to gain. Tua will look to throw this, and he will throw middle. It is caught by Waddle. Is that his first catch today or second? I think that might be his second catch today. Pretty big gain over the middle of the field now. Waddle is on the ground, and it looks like he's frustrated. Could he be injured? Clock continues to tick. Waddles off. Maybe that's not the best way to put it there. He's certainly injured. He's limping off is the right way to put it. Now Miami in position to make this at least a 3-score ball game. Now at the Steelers 26. They go empty here with Tua. Clock running out on him, but he's got to snap it. He does. He's looking. He's going to throw downfield into the seam. Beautifully thrown to Waller. It's caught inside the 10 to the 7-yard line. And they are in the Prize Picks Red Zone. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. By the way, we're less than 100 likes away from 2,000 likes on today's show. I'll tell you what, if we get to 2,000 likes on the show, I'll give away 3 free raffle entries. I'll give away 3 free raffle entries if we get to 2,000 likes. We're less than 100 right now. They go pistol here with Tua from the 7. Takes the snap. He's looking, nothing there. Pressure starting to get to him. He's trying to scramble. He's rolling out to his right. Crossbody throws, end zone, incomplete. Threw it out of bounds. Second down and goal. Maybe. Yeah, you did. Okay, I got it here. I'll send it to you. Be second down and goal here. Throws end zone. Tua going up to the tight end. Waller posts up his man. Touchdown, Miami. Miami finally gets back on the board here. They're going to go for 2 here to try and cut this to a 2-score game. Right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, never mind. They are going to go for 2 here. No, yeah. Even if they get this, they're still down by 17, which is 3 scores, so. Yeah. Shotgun for Tua. And he'll take the snap. He's looking to throw. Pressure up the middle. He throws back of the end zone, incomplete, hoping for a penalty. Ramsey not giving up anything to Darren Waller, who, by the way, he ended up signing with Miami. I believe it was the same day Miami traded Ramsey to the Steelers because, of course, they traded their tight end, Jonnu Smith, to the Steelers in that deal. They needed a new tight end. Oh, yeah, that's right, because because the Giants still had his rights. So less than 10 minutes to go here. Steelers still up, obviously, by 19. This is going to be a drive where I wouldn't be surprised if we see Jonnu Smith back at running back. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of Caleb Johnson here, a bigger guy to wear down. And this is exactly what Kyrie says. $20 says, why not give KJ some reps now? I mean, I'm with you there. This is why you kind of bring in KJ in this kind of game. Just wear guys down, give him some reps here against an NFL defense. I'm all for giving KJ some reps here. $2 from Kyle says, let's go Steelers, win this game. Let's go. Right there with you, Kyle. Looks like we're on our way. $5 from Dawson says, did I say cut Jonnu too soon? What's, I don't know what that word's supposed to be, is I need to menu G touchdown. I have no idea what that's supposed to say, Dawson. You must have got, spell checked into oblivion there. If you want to put in another 5 and correct it, I'd be happy to take another stab. Appreciate you, though. $2 from Kobe says, let's all pray for Nick Roloff. Listen, man, Coop came over here and talked his shit before the game, so, it's their own fault. It's their own fault. By the way, we're 13 likes away from giving away 3 free raffle entries for the Color Rush Steelers jersey. All right, Craig, my man. I'm guessing this is our Craig. $20 super chat. Says, I guess I can't hate on Jonnu for at least 6 more days. Here we go. Yeah, man. If they want to use him at running back more or fullback, I think that might actually be the best way to use him at this point. Like, using him as a tight end clearly doesn't do anything. RB3, Jonnu Smith. It's got a good ring to it, don't you think? And now the kick is away, and the Steelers will field this at the 6. Jaylen Warren's going to find a crease and get to the 36. By the way, the Steelers are the first team to have multiple tight ends run for a touchdown in a game in the last 50 years. So the Steelers offense will retake the field here. First down and 10 coming up, obviously, at their own 36. Barring like multiple fumbles and then immediately giving up touchdowns, yeah, exactly. They do put Caleb Johnson in the game. So expect to see some KJ here. Takes the snap, handoff to Caleb Johnson. No push on the offensive line. He's fighting forward, but he's not going to get anything. Hang on to the ball, Caleb. Hang on to the ball, 20. Oh, maybe even Miami. You think Mateer comes out? I mean, they showed Mateer and Mensah there. I don't know if either of those guys come out. I like Mensah a lot too. I would take him. Under center here for Rodgers. Toss play to Caleb Johnson, and he's trying to find a lane. He'll pick up maybe about 3. Clock will continue to tick. We'll see if they throw the ball here to try and move the chains or if they try and just kill more clock and hand it off to Caleb one more time.
To oppose that is just incompletion just kills everything. So, I'd rather just get 2 minutes off the clock every time. Because they're still going to need to get the ball 3 more times.
All right, I think I have my game balls and takeaways for you. But spell out Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I just put an MVS in there, so cool. Here we go, shotgun. Rodgers just going to call timeout with 1 second left on the play clock. Apparently doesn't like the play call enough. So Rodgers will take a timeout here, 3rd down and 6. Listen, what's that? Yeah, only 5, I think, tonight. Yeah. All right, we got a super chat here. And this is my favorite super chat of the day, Ponzi. It's my favorite super chat on the day because guess what? When I pick against the Steelers, they win football games. All right? This is the way it works. When I pick against the Steelers, they win the game. So absolutely, get those F. Sperrys in the chat. I picked the Dolphins to win. I was worried about the run game. F. Sperry.
W. Ponzi.
Can't be happier to be wrong, Anthony. Couldn't be happier to be wrong. Shotgun here for Rodgers. They're going to go in a quasi-empty formation with Warren back there in a McCaffrey split. Takes the snap. They're just going to get it out to Warren. And he's going to pick up close to first down yardage. Are they going to give it to him? They are. First down Steelers. What an embarrassing second half from the Dolphins, man. Man, maybe I should pick against the Steelers every week. Maybe we should make this a tradition until the Steelers lose. It's the second time in a row I've picked against them and they've won. And a bunch of times in a row I picked them to win and they lost. Now I think there's going to be a booth review to see if Warren got there and he didn't. He's going to be just short. It's going to be a half yard. Do the Steelers just think – I think you just punt it away, but – because Miami still has to score 3 times. You can punt this away, and, yeah, I think they're going to punt this. They're going to bring out the punting unit, which is the smart move. Don't give them the ball. Don't give them any opportunities here. Punt this deep, pin them back, force them to go a long field, and then do the 4-minute drill next time you have the ball. Rodgers apparently not happy they're punting this. Now the snap's low, but Waitman gets it away. It's going to be fielded, and now he makes a man miss, and he's still going, and he gets down to around the 15. Decent punt there by Waitman, and they got to go 85 yards to get into the end zone. This is one of those games, Ponzi, where the final score is going to make it seem like it was a little bit closer than it actually was. This game was over in the third quarter. Well, the Colts game ended in midway through the fourth. This one was over long before that. All right, man. Come on, defense. Not as easy as last time. Not as easy as last time. Let's go. Let's get through this game injury-free. Here we go. They're going to go play action here with two. He's got all day in the pocket. He's going to dump it off to Jaylen Wright, his second touch of the day, and he's going to be brought down by Kyle Duggar. We'll see where the spot is. Probably around 9 yards. And Dolphins are definitely taking chunks out of the field. Tua now up to 121, 130 yards passing. Tua has almost doubled his passing production in the last two garbage time drives. Yeah, man. Prize Picks is in the balance right now. Shotgun here. Tua with a deep drop. Nothing there. Now he sidesteps, throws short. It's caught, and a big hit from Patrick Queen on Darren Waller. Or no, that's Hill, Julian Hill. And now Hill is upset with Queen for hitting him so hard. Don't play football then, pussy. Jesus, that's a clean hit. Why are we crying about that hit? Oh, he's cold. Yeah, he's cold. He's cold, Ponzi. 6 minutes to go in the game. They go empty with Tua. Pressure around the edge, and now they're going to bring him down. Cam Hayward with the sack. He's had a hell of a game today. And he does the TJ Watt celebration for his good friend and longtime teammate, TJ Watt, who unfortunately was hospitalized this week. The hope is he's going to be able to play next week in Detroit, which is going to be a fun matchup, Ponzi. This defense, which is starting to turn a corner, versus Jahmyr Gibbs and Sonic and Knuckles. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure, man. It's going to set up 2nd and 17. Tua with a 7-step drop. Now he launches wide open, caught Greg Dulcich, and it's going to be a big gain. Picks up a first down. Clock will continue to tick. By the way, we're going to do last call here on raffle tickets. I think we're going to do the raffle at the 2-minute warning. Shotgun here for Tua, looking, throwing outside, and Waller caught. Awkward angle. Well, he's going to pick up maybe 4, but he's in bounds. Clock continues to tick. All right, I'm going to start reading off here some. Just let me know when you're ready here. Got quite a few followers today, so appreciate everyone that followed me on X tonight. People are saying the game is not over. It's less than 4 minutes to go. They got to score 3 more times. All right, I'm pretty sure everything's going to be okay. Shotgun here, Tua looking, quick throw to Waller, caught. First down, gain of 9. Now into Steelers territory at their 37. Miami scores a touchdown here. It's gonna look like Miami put up a much better fight than they actually did. Shotgun here for Tua. He's looking. Nothing there initially. Now he's just going to let it go. It's caught. Achane goes out of bounds after a gain of 7. All right, you ready? Damian Sanchez. Justin Sigmund. Oscar EGB. Deuce. Cody. Read the Tank. Read, like R-E-E-D. Read the Tank. 2nd down and 4 from Pistol. Tua will take the snap. Looking, pressure on him now, looking to run, and he's going to be getting away from Herbig. Now throws on the run, caught Achane, cuts inside, makes a man miss, and he gets down inside the 15 to the 14-yard line. Prize Picks Red Zone. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after your first $5 lineup. Ready for the next one? I am Nane. That's N-A-N-E. Q. SF is dying. Back shots. Crazy. Doug Jensen. DJ Evans fishing. Timeout Steelers, by the way, so we'll have a little bit of a break in between plays here. Vamosity. That's V-A-M-O-S-I-T-Y. Vamosity. Bobby Jones. Jeremy Strayer. Jeremy Valero. $100X. Tyrone Evans. Sean Blummel. Don Coleman. And Living Like Larry. Shotgun here for Tua. He's scrambling around here to his left. Throws end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Darren Waller again. Darren Waller wins some fantasy playoff games here with a couple late touchdowns. And they're going to go for 2 here. Not that it matters. They still got to score twice with 2.5 minutes left to go. But Kyle Duggar in coverage just throwing it up, and a good throw by Tua and good physical play by Duggar. All right, you ready for the shares? All right. Ali the Holy. Let's see. Czar Craig. They're going to go for 2 here. Shotgun, Tua looking. Nothing there initially. Pressure trying to get to him. Y.A. Black trying to get him down. Now he throws end zone, and Greg Dulcich drops a wide open 2-point conversion. And it'll be 28-15. And I'm guessing an onside kick is coming. Robert Kirkpatrick. Lee Moses. Jacob Watson. Troy Philip Abuga. Let's see, is that it? Yep, looks like it. All right, cool. So we'll be doing the raffle at the 2-minute warning here, guys. So if you have raffle tickets, stand by. But let's give away 3 raffle tickets here at the end because we just passed 2,000 likes on the show. Spam those me's if you want a last-minute raffle ticket. We got Darren. We've got Electric Divergent. We got Anthony. Got Hudson. We got Cross. We got Carter. We got Anthony. Spam those me's. I'll give away the 3 raffle tickets here after the onside kick. Miami still has all 3 of their timeouts and the 2-minute warning. Yeah, if they get this, anything can happen at this point, but very unlikely. Steelers are very well coached in this regard. They very rarely give their opponents opportunities with their hands team. But maybe I just jinxed us. I'm sorry if I just jinxed us. But Rad Doctor coming in with a final raffle ticket here at $10. Spam those me's in the chat. Here we go. We got an onside kick from Riley Patterson. He's got it laid down on the ground. I'm guessing he's going to UFO kick this type of deal, frisbee kick it. And he kicks it, and Thielen drops it, but Connor Hayward is there to pick it up. Big time pickup from Connor Hayward. Thielen couldn't squeeze it. But Connor Hayward with a big time pickup there. And now the Steelers are a first down away from officially ending this thing. All right, I'm going to give one raffle entry here to Humble Bay. Give another one to Patrick Davis. And another one to Most Likely 50. That's a huge play by Connor Hayward, man. By the way, guys, if the Steelers win next week against Detroit, there's a pretty decent chance the Steelers wrap up the division before Week 18. That's what's at stake next week. You're playing with house money in Detroit next week. What? Oh. Toss play to Kenneth Gainwell here, and he's going to pick up a decent 3 or 4 yard gain on first. Stays in bounds, of course. Timeout Miami. That's just brutal, man. Patrick Mahomes tore his LCL as well. Very similar kind of situation to Brandon Ayuk, where he tore multiple ligaments and he wasn't ready to come back until like midway through the year, this year at least, and like he got injured earlier in the season. So I think next year Kansas City's going to have to find a stopgap quarterback option. No. They'll bring in, I don't know, Geno Smith or some shit. No, not Carson Wentz. They'll bring in a legit starter. Somebody will go play for them, and Andy Reid. Dude, that's the type of injury that can end a career, in terms of, your athletic prime. Did we get to June's Venmo? All right, cool. So now a toss play to Kenny Gainwell. He'll pick up no gain. Another timeout by Miami. It'll be 3rd down and 6. We'll see if Raji tries and throws this and tries to put this game away pretty much for good. Anthony Jensen, my favorite super chat of the day, says, I knew you would like that one, buddy. Yeah, man. And by the way, that's another 5, so that's another raffle ticket for him. F. Sperry, I got it wrong again. And by the way, I'm going to pick the Lions to win next week. I'm going to see how long this winning streak can continue, dude. I'm superstitious. I'm going to keep picking against the Steelers and see how long we can ride this wave. Devon with a 5 says, here we go, Steelers. Great dub. Smells like a victory and tastes like fin soup. Talking about dolphin soup there. $2 from Just Webb's World. What's up, Just Webb's World? So is Tyler Shuck still better than Shadur? Yes. Tyler Shuck is probably the best rookie quarterback this year. What are we talking about, Just Webb's World? Shadur sucks. Didn't Shadur have a passer rating of 8 yesterday? Jumbo personnel here. Play action. Rodgers rolling right. Looking for an option. He's just going to go down. He gets toppled over. That's such an unnecessary hit. Thank God Rodgers isn't hurt. And Miami will use their final timeout. But $10 here from Rad Doctor. So shout out back shoots. Ha. All right, so we got the raffle all good. Oh, yeah. So we got 2 more Venmos to get to here. Let's just hit those right now. What's that? Okay. David Simmons coming in with a 10. That's 2 last-minute raffle tickets for him. It says last-minute raffle. Shout out to David. Dude, if the Steelers somehow find a way to lose this game, that would be the worst loss in the history of the franchise. Up 4 scores in the fourth quarter. Now they're going to let this bounce. Good play by the Steelers. Great job batting it back to the 2-yard line. Now Miami, if they get a field goal here, no, they got to score 2 touchdowns still. Hell of a play by Ben Skoranek, your special teams ace, chasing that football down. It was on its way to the end zone, and he just bats it back at the 1-yard line. I disagree, man. I'm guessing you probably haven't seen Tyler Shuck play. He's balling out, man. Tyler Shuck's playing great football. Now, Jackson Dart's played well too, but he's thrown a lot of turnover-worthy throws, a lot of turnover-worthy plays from him, and he's hurt all the time. Tyler Shuck, I think, has had the best rookie season out of any quarterback this year. That's just my opinion, but June coming in with a $5 Venmo. Shout out to June. Let's see what the message was. It says, love the show. June, we love you. First down and 10. They're going to run the football. That shows you exactly where Miami thinks they are. They just want to get out of here. They get about 4 yards or so, and that's going to be the 2-minute warning. Steelers 2 minutes away from 8-6. Dominant performance today by the Steelers. Yes, and they will hold their 1-game lead over Baltimore. And next week, the Steelers have an opportunity to put a lot of pressure on the Baltimore Ravens. Because if the Steelers win next week, that means that they get Cleveland in Week 17, a game that they're likely to win. And that means if you win against Detroit and then you take care of business against Cleveland, that would mean that Baltimore would have to win out, I think. Yeah, they would have to win out. They would have to win against the Patriots on Sunday Night Football and the Packers at Lambeau Field, which is going to be tough. Let's just say that's going to be tough, man. I know Green Bay just lost Micah. They're still a good team. They're well coached by Matt LaFleur, and Jordan Love's a good QB. I think their defense is still decent even without Micah. And then the Patriots are the Patriots, right? So if the Steelers win on Sunday against the Lions, they really put the pressure on Baltimore. Yeah, let's do the raffle here. Whoever wins, make sure you send me an email at Sperry@chatsports.com. Send color rush jersey to who wins it here? It's Pip. Is that was that a Twitter? Was that a super chat? It's Pip. Are you here? All right, cool. So It's Pip wins the jersey. It's Pip. Send me an email at Sperry@chatsports.com to claim your prize. Let me know which player, what size jersey, and your shipping address. All right, those are the 3 things I need. I need player of your choosing that's currently on the Steelers, shipping address, and then size of the jersey. Congratulations, It's Pip. Now, Tua looking, throws middle, caught on 2nd down and 6. He's going to get close to first down yardage. Darren Waller's having a monster fourth quarter with the Steelers defense playing back. They're going to say he's short. 3rd down and 1 here for Tua. Takes the snap. He's looking. Highsmith getting into his grill. He's still looking, and he's going to be sacked. Azesi Otomiwu with a big sack there. Clock will continue to tick. It's 4th down. Got to get lined up, 93. Got to get lined up. And we're going to get into our post-game show really quickly here after the clock strikes 0. Yep. Now Tua will throw past the 6 to Achane. Steelers defense playing back. Easy 1st down. But, man, remember this, all right? When you see Tua Tagovailoa with his 200-plus yards passing in this game, remember he had 65 yards passing before garbage time today. Now Tua will throw, and it's almost intercepted. Poorly thrown by Tua. Could have been a pick by Joey Porter Jr. to seal it. Dropped it. But, man, next week's going to be a fun week, Ponzi, because it feels like you're playing with house money. Because, like, there's a real chance, next week, I don't think Baltimore has a great chance to beat New England. They could do it. They got the talent to do it, but they're just not playing as well as the Patriots are. Even if the Steelers lose next week, I still feel like the Steelers will have that 1-game advantage going into Week 17. And if you win next week and Baltimore loses, you got a 2-game advantage. All you got to do is beat Cleveland, and you win the division. If they lose to New England. But, like, this was a big win here tonight, guys, because if you lost this game, like, you would have almost guaranteed to have to play Baltimore in Week 18 for the division win, which I don't want. I would like to get this division locked up before Week 18. I don't want to have to play an extra playoff game. I would rather start Will Howard in Week 18, see what 18's got. And if the Steelers take care of their business, they got a really good chance of getting that job done. Tua here on 2nd down and 15 is going to throw short. It's caught. Malik Washington, his first catch of the day, is brought down inbounds by Brandon Echols, and that will keep the clock rolling. Man, this game's been over for a long time. We still got 5,000 people in the chat. We're going to have our post-game show coming up pretty soon after the clock strikes 0 here. And now 3rd down and 5. They're just going to dump this off to Dulcich. Going to make a man miss. And he's going to get down to the 38-yard line here. Inbounds, and that's going to end the game. Final score, 28-15. Your Pittsburgh Steelers win the game here in Week 15. Their 2nd straight win. It's their first back-to-back victories. I believe since they won 3 in a row against New England, Minnesota, and then Cleveland. It's the first time since that stretch where the Steelers have won multiple games in a row. And it looks like maybe, just maybe, this Steelers team is finding some consistency down the stretch. And that's exactly what we need and want to be seeing from the Pittsburgh Steelers at this point in the year. Last year, they completely collapsed down the stretch and played their worst football of the year. I've been saying all season long that this Steelers team was built from the start to play their best football at the end of the season. And we might be seeing that unfold as we speak. 2 straight wins, one of them against the Ravens. Now you get a true test next week in a battle of 8-6 football teams. The Steelers will face the Detroit Lions at Ford Field next Sunday on a semi-short week. And it'll be maybe the last game Aaron Rodgers plays in the NFC North. So that'll be a fun game because if the Steelers win that game, I'm guessing the Ravens probably lose to New England. And if that happens, the Steelers can beat Cleveland, and it doesn't even matter if Baltimore beats Green Bay. The Steelers will be wearing a T-shirt and a hat if they beat Cleveland in Cleveland. And how great would it be to celebrate a division championship on Cleveland's home turf? How great would that fucking be, man? That would be great. All right, I got Pip, I got your email. I'll make sure to get you that jersey as soon as I can. What's that? Yeah, I'm going to do it. This is why right now, and then we'll get into our post-game show, guys, here, so don't go anywhere. Why did the Pittsburgh Steelers win in convincing fashion on Monday Night Football versus the Miami Dolphins? For me, it's plain and simple, guys. This Steelers team was always built to play their best football at the end of the season. I think we're starting to see this team get hot a little bit. Of course, that Miami team is known for not playing so well in the cold weather. I think they only have 2 wins in their franchise's history in games below 20 degrees. But the Steelers, man, they took the fight to Miami. It was a little bit of a slow start on offense, but the defense played 4 quarters really of great football. They had the game locked up in the third quarter, went up 4 scores, and, they didn't look back. Aaron Rodgers, super efficient today, throwing the ball down the field. It was a team effort on offense, and then defensively, holding Devon Achane to just 60 yards on the day on the ground. And just a completely and utterly dominant performance, setting the Steelers up for success in the weeks to come, setting up a really big game against the Detroit Lions next week in Detroit. All right, I'm going to send this to Durham. Yeah, I bet. Should I send this to someone else? I'll put it in short social and see if anyone is available to help with it. This is why. Don't go anywhere, guys. We are going to be getting into our post-game coverage here. I got a lot to say about this ball game and what it means for the future here in Pittsburgh. All right. All right, sending that. I think it's been sent. Okay. All right, man. Ponzi's just getting our graphics together here, and we'll make sure to get you guys extensive post-game coverage coming up here. 28-15 the final. Steelers improved to 8-6. And, it puts a lot of pressure on the Ravens because they got 2 really tough games coming up, Patriots and Packers. If they lose both of those games, all the Steelers have to do is win one between the Lions and the Browns to win the division. And if the Steelers win next week, it really puts a lot of pressure on Baltimore because Steelers go to Cleveland in Week 17 in a game where they're going to be favored. Cleveland's going to have Shedeur Sanders, a rookie quarterback, against Mike Tomlin, a head coach who has one of the best career records ever against rookie quarterbacks. It's not looking good for Cleveland in that game necessarily. So, Baltimore is hoping the Steelers slip up at some point here, and their best bet is they slip up against Detroit next week against Sonic and Knuckles. So next week, if the Steelers can get a big win, that would be absolutely massive, and it will give the Steelers likely a chance to put on a T-shirt and a hat and win the division before they even play the Ravens in Week 18. So big win tonight for the Steelers. Let's talk about it right now, right here on Steelers Talk. I'm not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. Let's get into it. The Pittsburgh Steelers get their most convincing win of the 2025 season this year, putting this game away on Monday Night Football versus the Miami Dolphins. You could argue at some point during the third quarter after they completely dominated them coming out of halftime. But Jonnu Smith's touchdown in the fourth quarter made it a 4-score deficit. I know that the final score here, 28-15, makes it seem like Miami put up a little bit better of a fight than they actually did. But make no mistake, the Steelers put belt to ass at Acrisure Stadium tonight. Now, before we get into the rest of this post-game show, I got my game balls to give away. I got my takeaways heading into next week's game versus the Detroit Lions. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button. We had an awesome showing on our Monday Night Football watch party tonight, and we're going to be live again next week when we play the Detroit Lions and what's going to be a big game. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button. We're going to have film analysis on this channel tomorrow. I'm going to watch the film tomorrow, get my takeaways. Lots to take away from this game. That's a real real positive for both sides here for the Pittsburgh Steelers as they played their most complete ball game of the entire season today. Can't wait to talk about it with you guys here. So let's just dive right in. And, I really don't think that the score and the stat line specifically for Tua Tagovailoa indicates just how dominant the Steelers were today, specifically on defense. I mean, there was a point in this game where the Steelers were up 28-3, all right? And that was early in the fourth quarter, and Tua Tagovailoa at that time had only 60-something yards passing. I mean, there was a bunch of garbage time yardage and touchdowns for the Dolphins. But really the key to this game, in my opinion, guys, was that the Steelers' run defense held Devon Achane, the guy that everybody thought was going to run for like 200 or more yards in this game because Derek Carman was out and TJ Watt was out, held him to only 60 rush yards. He actually ended up with more receiving yards than rush yards. So big shout out to the Steelers defense up front for holding Achane, particularly early in this game. On the offensive side of the ball, Aaron Rodgers played really well, 23-27, 224 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was awesome today in situational moments. Kenny Gainwell had another phenomenal performance. He was this team's number 1 running back for most of the game, and they were treating him that way. He was out there on early downs, and they were putting Jaylen Warren out there on third downs. Kenny Gainwell is really, rising up the ranks here in Pittsburgh, and I'd be shocked at this point if they don't try and bring him back next season. And then DK Metcalf was your leading receiver today with a touchdown where he threw Minkah Fitzpatrick, the former Steeler, to the ground. That was really, really cool. But just overall, the best performance of the year, both sides of the ball for the black and gold, which is great to have at this point in the season. Now, there is an injury that we have to keep a very close eye on here, which is left guard Isaac Seumalo, who's played phenomenal this year. Left the game with a triceps injury today. Triceps can be really serious injuries, guys. That could be season enders. And we're hoping that's not the case, but they did rule him out pretty quickly, which is not a particularly great sign. So we're hoping Isaac's going to be able to come back, sometime before or during the playoffs this year if the Steelers make it. But in the meantime, I would assume Spencer Anderson is going to take over at left guard. And then when they go to their jumbo personnel packages, I would assume Ryan McCollum plays as left guard for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But this would be a big blow because Seumalo's been playing incredible football over the last couple of months, and to lose him would be a big blow to the Steelers' offensive line. So that's the negative news here. But let's give out some game balls here. We'll start with Aaron Rodgers. And listen, man, if we get this version of Aaron Rodgers in the NFL postseason, this team can beat anybody, all right? If they play the way they played tonight at home, and it's going to be cold in Pittsburgh in the playoffs if they get a home playoff game, they play the way they played tonight on both sides of the ball, and Rodgers is throwing the ball the way that he was throwing it, you're going to be able to beat anybody in this league, all right? And that includes Denver. That includes New England, who they already beat, by the way. That's going to include maybe even the Buffalo Bills, who they couldn't beat a couple of weeks ago. I think Aaron Rodgers was fantastic today, 23-27, super efficient. Did take a couple sacks today, but for the most part was really accurate, hit a couple really great downfield shots over the middle of the field to DK Metcalf in particular, had that touchdown to MVS. That was a really cool moment. But I thought Aaron Rodgers played a really, really good football game today, guys. And if we get this version of Rodgers that we've gotten the last 2 weeks now for the rest of the season, the Steelers can go on a run in the playoffs. I'm 100% serious about that, all right? Especially if the defense plays the way it did today. I mean, you pair that with Rodgers in this passing game that's getting going. This is absolutely a team that teams should be fearing in the AFC right now. And Kenneth Gainwell is a big part of that as well, man. He has been phenomenal over the last 3 games. And, with Jaylen Warren dealing with an illness, once they saw Gainwell was having another game, they said, all right, Kenny, we're going to let you be the number 1 running back, and we'll put Jaylen out there on third downs. And that definitely worked. I mean, Kenny had 80 yards rushing today. He added 46 yards through the air, picked up a lot of first downs. He averaged over 6 yards a carry, so the efficiency was off the charts. Kenny Gainwell, paired with Jaylen Warren in this offense, is absolutely a dynamic duo at running back that can make stuff happen out of nothing, make guys miss. They can catch the ball out of the backfield. It gives this Steelers offense some versatility there at the running back position and leaves a lot of options on the table for Aaron Rodgers. And, to have 2 guys like this is an absolute blessing and a luxury, and I'm so glad Kenny Gainwell is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Then a game ball goes to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He was really patient, man. He waited on that practice practice squad for multiple weeks waiting for his chance. He got his first chance last week, didn't even get a catch. He only had one target the entire game. Today, he came out. He only had one catch, but it was for 19, and he got into the end zone, and he got a lot of separation there on that route, that crossing route there, to get into the end zone. So great job on him, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in this offense in the weeks to come. To see Aaron Rodgers and MVS reunited here in Pittsburgh, it really is a joy to watch. Also, big shout out to Dylan Cook, man. Coming in, I thought he played pretty well in the limited time he had last week, but today got full starting reps at left tackle, and it might have been – I'm going to have to watch the film tomorrow, but it might have been the best left tackle performance from any left tackle on the Steelers this year. All right, and Broderick's had some good games. Andrews Pete has been solid when he's been in there. But Dylan Cook, man, I didn't even call his name like once during the entire watch party tonight because he kept Rodgers that clean. So I don't know if that's because Miami's edge rushers were stiff because it was cold outside. We'll see how well Dylan can play in the weeks to come. If he continues to play. But tonight, he absolutely did a great job keeping Rodgers upright in this one. And then I want to give my final game ball today to Asante Samuel Jr., his first start in the National Football League since he had that spinal fusion surgery last year. His first start as a Steeler, and he was able to secure an interception in the first half. And that was really cool. It was a really good play by him. Miami didn't have a player occupying the flat in a cover 2, and he drops back to get the intermediate route, and he cuts it off. And cuts off Jaylen Waddle for an interception. So good on him, man. He's worked really hard to get back to this moment, and we'll see with James Pierre if he can get back in the lineup, and we'll see what the Steelers decide to do there in terms of the second starting outside corner. But tonight, I thought Asante Samuel Jr. had a really good game, and he certainly proved himself worthy of a starting role, moving forward in his NFL career tonight. So who's your MVP? Let me know down there in the comment section. Who was today's MVP for the Pittsburgh Steelers? For me, man, I'm going to go with Aaron Rodgers. Or maybe Kenny Gainwell, either one of those two. I thought those two played absolutely fantastic in this football game, and they were the engine of this offense all day long. So let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section for today's pinned question. In just a second here, I'm going to tell you about our sponsor today at Prize Picks. Well, I tell you about our friends at Prize Picks today. Let me know who the Steelers MVP was down there in the comments. And it is officially holiday season, guys. And in my opinion, this is the best time of the year to be a sports fan and watching sports in general. Bowl games, basketball matchups, playoff pushes like the Steelers are in right now. It's all happening at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right, and that is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than, and at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you. If you want a little more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses, and if you're feeling particularly strong about your lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. Tonight, I'm very, very happy to say that we took the more on Devon Achane rushing yards, and we did not get that money tonight from Prize Picks, but we did take the more on Jaylen Warren rushing yards. He did not get there today because Gainwell was going off. We took the less on passing yards for Tua Tagovailoa. Fortunately, he did surpass that because of the garbage time number. So, triple failure for me and Ponzi today. So don't listen to us, apparently, but download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. It's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. My first takeaway heading into this next week here, guys, is pray 73 is all right because he is such a good player. And to have him would be huge for a potential playoff run for the Steelers. But when you're dealing with triceps injuries, man, this can be something where you can miss the rest of the season. I really hope that's not the case. Hope he can come back for a potential playoff run here. But if he's out, that means you are down your starting left tackle and your starting left guard at this very critical moment in the season with a quarterback that it's not super mobile in Aaron Rodgers, right? So that's a bit concerning, but we'll get more updates on him. I'm sure we'll get an update from Mike Tomlin either in tonight's postgame press conference or tomorrow on Tomlin Tuesday. So make sure you guys stay tuned for the latest updates on him. But, man, Aaron Rodgers, I think, is back, guys. All right, I said last week it was a great performance against the Ravens, but I got to see it again. All right, and he seems to have gotten his mojo back. I mean, after nearly 2 months of Rodgers not looking very good at all, all of a sudden he's turned it on, and he's turned into a really efficient quarterback that's playing really smart football. He's firing the ball down the field to DK Metcalf for big gains and getting touchdowns while also protecting the football. 125 passer rating today, man. Like, if we're getting this version of Rodgers the rest of the way, the Steelers are absolutely a dangerous football team in the AFC. No question about it. But it was a group effort on offense today. I mean, everything from a decent game plan from Arthur Smith today. I thought this was probably the best game for Art in terms of halftime adjustments and, going into the second half with a good plan of action. I thought it was probably the best second half the Steelers offense has had all season long, so they deserve credit for that. It was a bit of a slow start, but you got Kenny Gainwell going today. DK Metcalf had a couple really big plays today. Jonnu Smith even got involved a little bit. Darnell Washington got involved. All right, MVS caught a touchdown, right? It was just a group effort with a lot of people contributing. I mean, Pat Freiermuth had 3 catches today. So I just like the fact that this Steelers offense, they distribute the football, and they can beat you with a lot of different players in a lot of different ways, and they force defenses to cover every blade of grass. And you got a really smart quarterback in Aaron Rodgers that can get the ball where it needs to go accurately. And now that he's got his accuracy back, man, this offense is back to being a little bit dangerous right now. So make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon to celebrate this Week 15 victory. This was a big one that feels like a turn of the tide for the Pittsburgh Steelers here. So make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already to help out the channel and to celebrate this Week 15 victory. All right, so now let's talk about the defense here, and I thought the defense answered the call. I mean, what did we hear all week? This Steelers defense sucks. They can't stop anybody. You got Devon Achane coming in here, and you don't have Derek Harmon, you don't have TJ Watt. You're going to get absolutely destroyed. I mean, everybody on ESPN was picking the Dolphins to win this game. Hell, I picked the Dolphins to win this game when I heard Derek Harmon was going to be out. F. Sperry in the chat, all right? But the Steelers answered the call. Cam Hayward, Y.A. Black, Logan Lee, Ezesi Otomiwu, Keanu Benton, Patrick Queen played a great game tonight. Peyton Wilson played pretty well tonight as well. The secondary did a great job in pass coverage. Everything worked tonight, all right? Nick Herbig and Alex Highsmith held down the fort. And, this was a Dolphins offense and rushing attack that was red hot coming into this football game, winning 4 straight, and they completely shut them down. It was maybe the best 4-quarter performance from the Steelers defense all season long. And I'm really excited to see what this defense can do down the stretch when they do get TJ Watt back, when they do get Derek Harmon back probably next week. It seems like this defense, as well as the offense, is catching fire at the right moment. And that's exactly the feeling in Pittsburgh right now. After 2 straight wins, you have still that game advantage over Baltimore in the division. Feels like the Steelers are rolling now, and it feels like the offense is playing the best ball that they've been playing all season long. The defense is now gearing up to play its best defense and its best game that they've played throughout the season. And, the timing seems right for this team to get hot because you got 3 games left. It's going to be a big game next week against the Detroit Lions. If you win that game, you're really setting yourself up to potentially win the division and maybe even before Week 18 because Baltimore has 2 really tough games coming up. All right, we've been talking about this a lot on the channel, okay? So I know I've been talking about this a lot. But Patriots and Packers back-to-back, maybe Baltimore wins one of those. All right, I think they'd be pretty lucky to win both of them. So if the Steelers can win next week at Lions, and then they're not home versus the Browns, they're on the road versus the Browns, but they're still very likely to win that game, all right? Shadur Sanders, rookie quarterback, Mike Tomlin's history against rookies, very well documented, all right? We saw it earlier this year against Dylan Gabriel. So the Steelers, if they can win next week versus Detroit, it's a very good chance they could be wearing a hat and a T-shirt and win against not only Detroit, but also Cleveland in Week 17. If you win those 2 games, Steelers have a very good chance of winning the division before we even get to that rematch versus the Baltimore Ravens in Week 18. That's why tonight's game was so important with the Steelers playing as well as they did on both sides of the ball. Feels like this team, filled with veteran talent, is getting hot at just the right time, and that's exciting if you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. So let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. Grade today's performance from the Steelers, A, B, C, D, or F. Giving them an A, all right? Like, it was 28-3 before garbage time. That's when the game ended. 28-3, as far as I'm concerned, was the final score in this football game. So give me your performance review down there in the comment section. And then some final thoughts here before I go. Obviously we're hoping Isaac Seumalo can get back on the field here, in the weeks to come. We're hoping that Rodgers can stay playing at the level that he's playing at right now, because it's a really impressive level of football. We're hoping this defense, especially now that we're expected to get Derek Harmon back this week, is going to be able to stabilize and be able to play at this caliber for the rest of the season. Now, some people are going to just chalk this up to Miami can't play in the cold, and the Steelers caught a lucky break because of that and the weather and all that stuff. I'm going to call bullshit on that. I think this Steelers team, man, it's built to play in the cold, and guess what? If you win the division, you're going to be playing in the cold in Pittsburgh, all right? And hopefully that's going to be against a warm weather team. So this could be a little preview into, the next month of football. And if the Steelers win the division, they get a cold weather playoff game in Pittsburgh. Tonight gave me a lot of hope that they can finally break this streak of no playoff win seasons under Mike Tomlin. And this 2-game win streak makes me feeling pretty good here about being a Pittsburgh Steelers fan at this point in the season. Now make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. I greatly appreciate you guys sticking with me here to the end of today's post-game reaction show. I'm going to have another video come out tomorrow morning, probably an overreaction Monday video, and then we'll have my film takeaways come out later in the afternoon. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button for our Victory Tuesday coverage here on Steelers Talk. Till next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right, we'll stay live as long as the Super Chats keep coming. Trumper 2025 says, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Woo, woo. Let's go, man. Shout out to Trumper. That's the only one. All right, man. What's that? Nobody took the – so, yeah, you can just take that while I distro the post game. Okay, well, we're going to head out here, man. I really appreciate all of your guys' support. It's obviously been a late night, but, the Steelers, at least they won a primetime game this year, Ponzi. The primetime curse has been released from the Pittsburgh Steelers, so that's great news. Really excited to see what this team does in the final 3 weeks of the season, and then hopefully, in a home playoff game here. Next week's going to be a big one, though, Ponzi, because it's a great opportunity to really put the pressure on the Ratbirds. And hopefully, if you can win the next two, cross your fingers, the Ravens lose at least one of their next 2 games, and you can win the division before you have to play Baltimore again. So that's why this win was so important for Pittsburgh. They're increasing their chances of making the postseason. And we're going to be here for every step of the way here coming up. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Thank you, guys. We did get a couple last-minute Super Chats here, Ponzi, so let's hit those. Dan Flaherty, he says, hold up, Connor Hayward game ball. Listen, man, I think Connor deserves his flowers for his contributions. I don't know about game ball. Now, I know, listen, man, even if he doesn't get that onside kick, do the Dolphins win? No, they don't. They really don't. So I appreciate what he did, Dan, but I don't think he meets the standard of the game ball. For me, this week anyway. $5 from CJ Ross says, how do we account for 12 points in 8 minutes? Is he so that's a negative comment, I'm guessing. Trying to be negative Nelly here. Listen, man, the Steelers were playing back, all right? The Steelers were trading points for time. That's what you do when you are up multiple scores, all right? So, listen, get out of here with that, man. This team, Dolphins had what? Less than 100 yards of total offense before garbage time, before they went down 28-3. I don't want to hear anything about
Tua was sitting at 68 yards.
Yeah, he was sitting at 68 yards before garbage time. I don't want to hear anything about, 12 points in 8 minutes, all right? That's nothing to me, all right? The game was over. The game was over at that point, all right? So I don't want to hear anything about garbage time points that the Dolphins scored. That doesn't matter worth shit. The Steelers were not playing, respectfully, CJ, they weren't playing actual real football, competitive football. They were trading points and yards for time off the clock. And by the way, it seemed like the Dolphins were more than willing to put time off the clock late in that game. So yeah, man, I'm not worried about that at all. What has my attention is that when the game was actually still in reach, they had 3 points. And they had less than 100 yards of offense through 3 quarters. So that's a really, really good defensive effort today, in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to hang my hat on today. He says there was 14 minutes left. Yeah, and the game was still over. That's what's remarkable about this game, CJ. We had this game locked up with 14 minutes left to go. That's how dominant the Steelers were today. Enjoy a dominant victory for once.
It's okay to be positive.
It's okay to be positive about the Pittsburgh Steelers, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you it's okay to give up a couple of garbage time touchdowns if it means they take off a bunch of time on the clock. I promise you, the game was never in question after that Jonnu Smith touchdown. Never. It was never in question. So that's where I'm on it. If you disagree with me, CJ, that's fine, but listen, man, that's not normal defense, right? The Steelers were playing like way off. They were giving them yardage underneath. And that's what every team does when they're up by 4 scores in the fourth quarter. So it's not like, oh, the Steelers, we're playing off coverage and they were playing soft. No, man, every team does that. So that's not something that's a criticism. That's not something to be worried about in weeks to come. The Steelers defense played a hell of a game today. They did. They were awesome today. And I'm going to stand on that. All right, man, that's going to be it for today's show. Greatly appreciate your guys' support. We'll make sure to get that post-game video up on the channel as soon as we can. We'll have another video out tomorrow morning on film analysis and takeaways later in the evening tomorrow evening. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Till next time, guys, here we go, Steelers.